I've started the recording.
So we are in the mortality phase of turn number 7. Let me bring out the deck for the mortality chits. Let me shuffle it. I will draw it in the forum. Everyone, make your peace with the gods.
Uh-oh.
None.
Ah, nice.
Everyone can breathe a sigh of relief.
Okay.
And hide that. All right. So I updated the revenue generator before the session here, but Alex, why don't you help me out, double check to make sure we got things right.
Okay.
So I have, for our active forces, I have 14 legions and 4 fleets. That's the 11 regular and 3 veteran.
Yeah, that's correct.
I have no land bills.
No land bills.
3 active wars. The drought level is at 2. That's from the drought event and the Alexandrine War.
Okay, yeah. I see.
Evil Omen is not in effect. And there is no Pontifex Maximus currently.
No, there's no Pontifex.
Faction of Aquila, we'll start there. You have 4 senators, 3 knights, and a faction leader.
4 senators, 3 knights, and a faction leader, yeah.
You have the mining concession.
Yeah, I do have. Yeah.
You have the Hispania Ulterior province, and it is developed.
Yes.
Faction of, let's go clockwise from there. Solas has 4 senators and 3 knights and a faction leader.
4 senators, yeah.
Tax Farmer 4.
Yes. Will be
And
corrupt.
the province of Bithynia, and it is developed. I think it's Bithynia Pontus is what it's called. It's developed. All right, faction of Manus has 4 senators and 5 knights and a faction leader.
That's correct.
No concessions. They have the provinces of Africa.
Yes, it's undeveloped.
Gallia Narbonensis. Africa is not developed. Gallia Narbonensis is developed.
Yeah.
And Hispania Citerior is developed.
Yeah, it's developed, yeah.
And that's it for provinces.
Yeah.
For Manus. And the faction of Luna has 4 senators, 2 knights, a faction leader, harbor fees concession.
Yeah.
The provinces of Asia, which is not developed.
But you have
Gallius.
shipbuilding, right? Is it correct that you have shipbuilding? Sorry.
Shipbuilding, yes, that's on there. But it's not factored into the revenue generator because that comes in during Senate.
You have harbor fees. There it is. Sorry, I didn't find. Okay, yeah. Now I see what you mean.
So provinces of Asia, undeveloped.
Yeah, that's correct.
Gallia Cisalpina, developed.
Yes. And
Sicilia, developed. And then we have in the bottom right, we have 2 provinces that are governed by unaligned centers. That would be Illyricum, which is developed, and Sardinia Corsica, which is developed.
Yeah, that's true.
Faction of Corona, Alex, are you taking spoils from your province?
Yes.
Where is your province? I said Corona. It's actually Aquila, isn't it? It's Corona in the other games.
Yeah. It's Aquila.
Faction of Solas, are you taking spoils from Bithynia?
Yes, I am.
Eric, okay. And then Chris, are you taking spoils from your provinces? Africa, Gallia Narbonensis, and Hispania Citerior. Taking all spoils, he says. And I will do the same. Saving the game. Generating income. Copying it to the chat. Chat has been updated. So it shows State gets 36, Aquila gets 14, Luna gets 25, Manus gets 26, Solas gets 18. I will update the state. State currently has 24. 36 plus 24 is 60.
Okay.
I'll look to see if there's any provinces that got improved. Africa. So Manus, the province of Africa was improved. So make sure you flip the card. Give the governor 3 influence, etc., etc.
Damn, we have really bad unrest.
Yeah,
Make sure
that's
to think of games.
yeah, I agree. I
I'll
was going to
host
bring
one
that up
game.
myself. Yeah, I would strongly recommend that the Council Mayor sponsor a game of some sort, because our unrest is at 9 right now. For those who are paying attention.
And governors are returning, right? Some governors.
Governors are returning.
I pick my returned governor, right?
Yep, go ahead and grab a token and plop it on there. State revenue has been updated.
We have to make the turn for the neutral governors, right? Did you update the terms or not? Right, the terms.
I did not.
I will do it.
I did not. Okay, thank you.
Updated. So.
Don't forget to buy provincial forces for your governors if you haven't already.
Yeah.
I had my in my province. I had the maximum amount of.
Yeah, so then you can't spend any more.
But we have to do it for the neutrals, or what? What will the neutrals do?
Yeah, the neutrals should do it. We should do it for the neutrals.
I will do it.
Okay. Did you update the? Yeah, it looks like you updated the term marker. Thank you.
Was it? Oh, wait a minute. Was it on 4 or was it? I don't know. Okay.
A reminder for those who have. Oh, does anybody have Sicilian grain? And Egyptian grains in the Curia, so I guess it was just about the drought thing that you could take extra money if you wanted at the cost of popularity.
Good reminder there, yeah.
And I did double check people's votes, all the Senate votes, Tribal Assembly, and Battle Influence before we started. I think they're up to date, but of course that may change in the forum phase. So I am ready to start the forum phase whenever you guys are.
I'm good. Go.
I'm fine, yeah.
All right, so the first thing we do is we remove the drought event cards. All right, so Eric, Faction of Solas, you start us off. Oops, we need a deck, don't we? Roll 2d6. Excuse me. What'd you get?
Please be Crassus.
Not a step. Please be Crassus.
Yeah. Wait, okay, I drew an unaligned sender. It goes to the.
Goes in the forum.
Oh damn! I thought I'd get it.
No, well, you have the first chance item, but
okay, yeah, that's right.
not Crassus. Otherwise, he's a chump, right?
Yeah. Okay. All right, a knight. Yeah, sure. I'll do a knight. How about I'll do.
Persuasion attempts first if you're going to do that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll do a persuasion attempt then. On Manlius. Okay.
Turn 7, according to my notes. Chris asked, what turn is this? My note from the beginning said it was turn 7. I think that's accurate. Yeah. That's around turn 7.
Okay, so the persuasion formula is the influence minus their loyalty.
Influence of the persuader plus the oratory of the persuader. So your best option right now would be Licinius. So 11 influence plus 2 oratory is 13. Then minus the loyalty of the target, right, which would be a 7. And then if the target is an aligned senator, which Manlius is not, you don't need to worry about it. So right now you've got, what is it? 13 minus 7. You've got a positive 6 in your favor.
So I need 3 more.
Yeah, the best you can get is a 9, because if you ever roll 10 or higher, then it's an automatic failure.
Okay. I'll spend 3 to bribe him and persuade him with Licinius.
All right, so that money goes on the Licinius card.
Yep.
Reminder that we go around the table and people can defend against or counter bribe from their faction treasury. All right. So
I guess Manus. Does anyone want counter bribe?
Start with Manus. Chris, do you want to counter? Okay. So Chris said he accidentally drew a card. He put it in. He mentioned in the chat, and he is not counter bribing. So I am not counter bribing either.
I'm not.
Alex.
I'm not counter bribing.
Right. You got your best chance here, Chris. Eric. Success. So you get to keep that money.
Okay.
And now you can do knights.
Right. I will spend 4 talents of the Junius to do a knight roll. Success. And okay, I guess it's Manus' turn now.
All right, roll 2d6. Good. You got your card already?
No games? Okay.
Oh, I was supposed to do games. What about that? I'm being serious, actually. Did I redo that? Or no?
Chris, is it a keeper or is it a... was it a keeper or... Because you have...
Keeper.
Keeper, okay. I see.
So Eric asked if he can sponsor games. Are anybody against that?
Yes. Because it's Chris' turn now, right?
Chris already rolled, and you think you're against it. All right, so
All right.
you'll have to. Shoot, you're not going to have money to do the. Well, we shall see. I suppose. I guess Luna will have to. Says Chris. Well, you could. You've got enough to do at least the first entry level one. Roll for a night. He didn't say he was putting money towards it, so that's a fail, I guess. Nothing further. All right. Luna is rolling 2d6. 7 was rolled. Is it any fun when we don't have a random event, right? So
7 was
we'll
rolled.
bring the random event table up for myself.
Okay.
Rolling 3d6. 8, right? Yeah, 4, 1, 5, 8.
8.
Mob violence.
Oh, this
Okay.
is not good. That can hurt.
Yes, this is going to be painful because it's based on the unrest level, I believe.
Yes, it's based on the unrest level, yeah. And now...
Give me a sec to bring the card out. See, that's what happens when the Consul Mayor doesn't sponsor games.
Thank you very much. Oh, no.
Hey, I just woke up, man. Sloppy. Hey, will you still let me host games?
No, I have to stick to the rules, man.
You're a stickler. You're a rule stickler. Yeah.
All right, mob violence. It's funny. The two young guys just rolled out of bed. They're half drunk. They're hungover.
Yeah, equal to
Mob
the current
violence.
unrest level.
Only those senators currently in Rome and whose popularity is less than the current unrest level, which is everyone, I think, can be killed. All right.
No one has this amount of popularity.
Let me bring out the mortality deck.
Shit, man.
I'll shuffle like I like to do. I will draw them, put them in the form as I do. All right. Hold on to your butt. 21. Not me.
Me neither.
Not me.
That sounds like a Servilius.
No one.
No one.
What about? Okay.
Not me. All right. That's 1.
A lot
None.
more to come. A lot more to come. Shit, man.
7 is me. It's my governor who just returned. All right. So that. Oh, geez. All right. So harbor fees goes away. Fulvius goes to the bottom of the Curia.
Oh man.
Bye talents. Maybe a short session, gents.
Yes,
All right.
it seems like a short session.
Draw 2.
Oh man.
All right.
Draw
So
2.
this is where we need to start taking notes. Give me a sec.
I
So
don't have a good feeling.
and 7 have already been drawn. I'm going to try something. I'm going to, instead of, so we've already, this is the 4th draw, so we've had 4 draws. I'm going to see if I can just, if I delete, give me a sec, I want to try to see if I delete a token, does it put it in the discard deck or does it put it back in the remove? I would remove cards. Maybe that's what I should have done. No, let me do that. Stand by. Oh, it doesn't let me. Okay. So then I'm going to make sure 21 and 7. We're going to recall all of them. Shuffle after recalling. And 21 and 7, if we get those, we ignore it. So draw number 5. Another draw 2. Actually, this is the first of draw number 4. So
oh my god.
Recall that. And let me shuffle again because I didn't shuffle. So the second of draw number 4. There's a 3. I believe that's Valerius. If he's in play, I don't know.
I don't. It's not one of
No,
my. Let me
not
see.
one of
We have
mine. I
to.
know.
Oh, the Valerius is. No, he is a neutral one. He's a neutral one.
He's neutral, but he's not in Rome, so no effect.
Okay. I see.
All right, so we're still on draw 4, and we got 2 more to draw because of the draw 2. Yeah. 26. Ooh, that was close, but not me. Close. Nope. Okay. Okay. So this is the final of the draw. Oh my god.
Draw 2.
All right. 3 and 26. All right. Recall, shuffle, recall. So still on draw 4. 7, that is ignored because it already came out. None. All right. So we're finally done with the 4th draw. Now we're on the 5th draw.
What?
None. Now we're on the 6th draw. 16.
I don't. It's not one of my guys, and it's not a neutral one. But the neutrals are away anyway. So
that was the 7th draw right there. Now we're on the 8th draw. 28. I think that's that's Tullius. Me. Yep. Okay. So take care of the mechanics of that. That was the censor. All right, I'll move him to the back. The Furia, which is quite busy at the moment.
It's totally filled.
And hopefully the final draw.
5. It's mine. It's my guy.
Oh, I was
It's
hoping
Claudius.
so much for 4.
It's
I
Claudius.
was hoping for 4.
I see.
All right, that was painful.
Claudius, how can you put him?
I'll get it. Get it.
Man, hurtful event here.
God, look at that Curia, how busy it is. We're definitely going to be doing the repopulating Rome, I think, this turn. If we get that far.
Yes,
all right. We get there. So that was my 2d6 roll. I will not do a persuasion attempt. I will spend 4 on a knight from Marius. I think we just lost Eric, and he's back in Discord. 4 for the D6 for the knight. And I rolled a 1. Not a good start for me. 1, 2, 3, 4. I will sponsor a level 2 games. The Bloodfest that costs 13. That will lower the unrest by 21 minus 13. It will leave 8. That gives me 2 popularity. And lowers the unrest level by 2 to a 7. At least I've done something to appease the populace. I am done with my turn. Alex.
Okay. I have to roll first, right? 2d6 with.
Correct.
Very close to a 7. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Is it a keeper?
No.
No.
Invasion of Britain. Inactive until Rome attacks. I don't know where to put it. Inactive here. Okay, I see.
Inactive orders on the right. Inactive until Rome attacks.
I will try no persuasion attempt. And I will... How much does the level 2 games cost?
13.
13, okay. Yeah, I will not... I will make a free roll for a knight. Let's see what happens. It's not. Then I will make... I will sponsor games for 13 as you did.
All right. So I'll take care of the unrest level.
And I get 2 popularity for it, right?
Correct. And it costs 13. All right. Anything else, Alex?
Yes, I will change my faction leader to Papirius.
Interesting. All right. You're done. Is that correct, Alex?
I'm done, yeah.
Okay.
Eric,
Yes,
what's
I
the
start the
initial
bidding?
bid?
Yeah. Let's go with talents.
Was that 3?
I said 2.
2. Okay. Chris passes. We should let... Okay. Yeah. I will agree to pass on this if Licinius of faction Solas agrees to do... Actually, it needs to be Junius would be ideal, but well... I guess Licinius is sponsors a level 2 games.
Okay, I'll agree if... yeah, sure, I'll agree.
All right, I pass. Alex can't beat it.
Can't beat it. Yeah.
So it goes to pay your 2 talents.
Right, I will host games with Licinius, 13 talents.
All right, I'll lower the unrest. You get 2 popularity, pay your 13.
Right. Draw a card.
Did you roll 2d6? You got to roll 2d6 first.
Oh, yeah. Sloppy. Okay, we're
right.
good. I'll keep that one. And I'll just roll a knight without spending money. Or Licinius, I guess. Okay. For the second round, I'll bid 2 talents again.
2? Okay. What's it going to be, Chris? 2 is the current bid. He bids 3. I will... pass. Alex can't beat that.
I can't beat that, yeah.
So Chris, roll 2d6. Got a 5. It was the Social War. Oh, the Social War is in the middle, or the late Republic. I was thinking it was in the middle for some reason. And it's active. Oh boy. He says he has the law card for it. I forget what the law card is, but I believe you. I recall there is a law card. But, any persuasion attempts? Has the strength. Okay. No persuasions.
Aren't there 2 different law cards which...
There might be. Knight for Sempronius. Nothing.
You know, the Romans, they gave them citizenship.
That's true, yeah.
War.
For the Italians, yeah, that's what it was all about, was that social war. That was what Marius, that was his big thing, wasn't it? The statesman. Should bring him back.
We should bring him back. No.
All right. That, I think, is the end of the initiatives. Now we need to roll a ton of dice for the...
It's a lot, right? Oh, man.
That's the other game I think you're thinking of. Eric, you have Marius in the other game. Chris is typing. I want to see what he says. He stopped. All right. Eric, this is you. Rolling 1d6, one at a time, starting with Quinctius at the top of the Curia deck.
Yeah. Right, okay, this is family members first?
Yeah.
Guys, I have to make a quick break, but I will be back soon, right?
Okay. All right. We'll continue on.
Just comes
We can
back?
just leave them. I think we can leave them right where they're at. So you got a 5. Okay, so that. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you already rolled the second thing. So someone is pulling them out. We'll put them there. Aurelius. No.
Aurelius.
Emilius. Yes.
Fulvius. Yes.
Yes.
Aurelius. Yes.
Wow.
Obvious.
No. All right.
So
So give me a sec. Let me do some arrangement here of guys coming back into the forum. All right. And so go ahead and do the Egyptian grain and then Vercingetorix. Egyptian grain comes back nice rolling. That's the one we wanted to roll. Okay, boy. Definitely not enough room in the forum phase or in the forum area, but we'll do our best to get things arranged. Get yourself ready to roll 3d6 for the population phase. Eric.
It's mine. Okay.
That's going to be, what's your popularity?
Oh, it's supposed to be for Junius. Damn it.
Yeah, that's what I was. So is
well.
your popularity at 0?
Yes, it is.
All right, so it's a -3 because we did do some games. So roll 3d6 and subtract 3.
This could be the end. That's not great.
8 minus 3 is 5. Save to the Republic 5 is +4 to the unrest level and manpower shortage.
Oh my gosh.
All right, so unrest goes to 7. I'm updating that. And then I will get the manpower shortage card. That basically doubles the cost of raising forces. It's in the forum. Do a little bit more arrangement of things in the forum. And then, Eric, you start us off in the Senate phase.
Sorry guys, do we not we have to update our votes because
Update our
a lot
votes.
of
Good
guys
call. Yeah.
are dead now.
Indeed. You're good at reminding us about that, Alex.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. I lost the battle vote there.
I think I made some promises here. Check my promises. Yes, I owe the nomination of 2 consuls to Aquila. Oh gosh. But he promised he wouldn't be dictator, right? Yeah, let's see here. Oh.
Yes.
Okay. I get to pick who. Let's see. Okay.
All right. The forum is in some semblance of order.
You're here, folks. Okay. Silius and Papyrus will be nominated for consul. Oh, no, not him. No, Caesar. Yeah, no, why not Caesar? Popular.
Why not?
He's a good guy.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, okay. I put this motion to the floor unless people disagree that it's a bad combination.
I suppose it's as good as any other.
Aquila's notably silent. That's fine. Okay. We shall begin the votes with Aquila.
I vote yes. Oh, so I have to put it yay. Okay, here.
So let me move I'll move this out of the way. All right, who's voting next?
Manus. Luna.
Votes yes.
All right. Okay, it's unanimous. Congratulations.
All right. Give yourself 5 influence for each guy.
Okay. Now I
I hope
can
you-
decide who gets the Rome Consul, right? Because it's
I hope you do Caesar.
Rome
yeah.
Council. What's a Rome Council?
what's the Rome Consul?
The Council Mayor.
Um,
Yes, it doesn't really matter for you got both of them, so maybe it does in some ways, but
where are the markers for the Rome Consuls, by the way?
Eric has them.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, right. They are now here, right? There is only Consul Mayor and yeah, I see. It was Papyrus, right?
Yeah, great, good point. We could theoretically persuade one in the forum phase. So yeah.
What do you mean?
No, nothing. It's in the chat if you want to see it.
You can persuade in forum phase.
In the forum phase, yeah, you can
yeah, in the forum phase, but not in the Senate
trade
phase.
your initiative.
Yeah, duh.
We have now to appoint a Pontifex Maximus, I guess.
This is true.
Who are the candidates here? Let me see.
Marius would be interested in being the pontiff.
Wait, wouldn't this bring him to 25 influence and he would be able to propose himself consul for life with his influence? And he has money? But you couldn't propose yourself as long as you are not the...
That's your question? Could I make myself consul for life?
No, you couldn't propose yourself. Oh, but with the tribune you could. Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Chris, did you see my whisper?
I
Yes, I
have no
saw
such
it.
aspirations.
You would bring the...
I have no such aspirations.
Why not? You would bring the card in, right? In order to make us... Yeah, why not? It's a good idea. You play the card, you will get Pontifex for it. This would benefit Rome, I guess, yeah. I propose to nominate Sempronius of the faction Manus as Pontifex Maximus. Where can I nominate?
On the left.
Yeah, for the Pontifex Maximus here. Faction of Luna, how do you vote in this?
I will abstain.
Faction of Solas, how do you vote in this?
I will abstain. Need prior council markers, by the way. Let me see.
There's a couple down below your area.
Thank you. I abstained.
Okay, so Faction of Manus, how do you vote in this issue? And I vote yay. Yeah, it passes. Sorry. They are here. They are.
Priests are.
Sorry.
Don't they disappear when the Pontifex dies? Goes away?
No, they stay.
They stay.
Oh, okay.
And he can appoint anytime. You can appoint in any time in the Senate phase. He can appoint one, or
Correct.
he can take away. He can take away one
He
priest.
can appoint or reappoint. He
Yeah.
can reassign the priesthood to somebody else.
Yeah.
Reminder for the players in Discord, I did create a couple channels. Channel 1, 2, and 3 that if you wanted to have a conversation for someone and didn't want to do it through the whisper, you could just drop off the general chat, join a chat 1, 2, or 3, and then talk your talk, and then rejoin the general.
Sorry, guys, I didn't update my influence there. Sorry. I need to update my influence. There goes it. What? What did you say?
Eric and Chris have a conversation going in the chat.
2 talents.
Chris is selling priesthoods.
Okay.
2 talents a pop.
It's a bit pricey, dog. I'm going to say no.
All right, 1 talent, he says.
I thought you'd just do it out of the kindness of your heart, but...
One talent? Chris?
I've never heard a senator referred to as a dog before.
Okay, 1 talent, I will make it the deal.
He'll give it to Alex. Wow. That's generous. For 1 talent. Alex, you wanted... He's selling you a...
Yeah. I will pay
priesthood
1 talent for it next time.
All right, you get an influence boost of 1 for Caesar, Alex. You also get 1 more battle influence vote.
And
let's see, Chris, I will create a battle influence marker for you. Give me a minute.
oh, you reassigned it. Okay, he reassigned it. I see.
Who did he reassign?
He assigned
how
it
rude.
away from you. Okay.
How rude. Let's see. What do you get? You get 3 additional battle. Okay, that works out perfect. So, Chris, you now have a battle influence vote marker. Marius influence goes down by 1. And my battle influence votes go away.
I have to. How can I write stuff down? Or I have to put the notices.
You want to put something on the board?
Yeah, because then I can.
In the upper left, there's a little menu.
Okay.
Vertical menu. There should be. I think it's the second or third one. Depends on what setting. It's a second or third item on the menu. Let me know if you just want me to put something. I can do it for you.
It is always so small. I have to make it greater then.
Yeah, you have to set the font initially, and I was having the text thing is a little glitchy in Roll20 at times, I've found.
But it doesn't stay.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
It says 1 talent for Chris by Alex.
Yeah, but I made the I wanted to make it bigger, but it didn't stay there.
I'll see if I can make it bigger for you.
Okay.
that better? Or you want it even bigger than that?
No, okay, that's fine. I can read it now. It's okay. It's okay. Okay.
There you go.
So you did your thing, right, Chris? With
Yeah, I believe we need to elect a censor.
Okay. That's true.
That's my jaw. You heard that pop pop.
I guess I will propose one of Solas faction then, I guess. Okay. So, I'm considering one of your guys, Solis, right? Eric, and for censor.
Okay.
But if you would to promise to not prosecute one of Chris' faction or my faction.
Hey, Sola or Eric,
Sorry?
I suggest you not make that promise because the only alternative for censors would be my guy. And I suspect they would much rather it be you, so they'll vote for you regardless. Just my two cents.
I would hope so. We don't have that fining law. Okay. I will.
Yeah, we do. The Calpurnian law.
Calpurnian
if that's
law, we
one
do
you
have
think.
it. If you mean this, yeah, we do have Calpurnian
Okay,
law.
that one. Yes. I'll agree not to prosecute you.
Yeah, but
I won't.
Okay, but you will fine us, I see.
That's Eric's favorite little tactic.
I see.
Okay. I won't fine you either. I won't make any promises for Manus though.
Oh my gosh.
So he might get a little fine. At least he won't be prosecuted. Ilias, who's that? Oh yeah, you can nominate your own guy.
That's true. I didn't see that he had a guy. Point.
So, Chris, what are we going to do here? Would you prefer to nominate my guy then and put money in? Because it seems as if he wants to fine us anyway. One of us.
I mean, if you guys want to willingly give the faction of Aquila 3 major offices in one turn.
I will not prosecute or fine you, Chris. Chris, I will not prosecute or fine you. With money? So what was Eric's deal? Sorry.
Oh, my deal to you? I said I wouldn't prosecute or fine any of your senators if you nominated one of mine for censor.
So, okay. So Chris, so I have to go with Eric Steele, right? Then I will nominate Junius from the faction of Solas as censor. Let me see. Nomination for censor. Junius. What is your vote on this, Solas?
Yes.
Chris from faction of Manus. What is your vote on this?
That's your battle influence votes, but it's the same for your Senate votes. So there you go.
Okay, faction of
Who's next?
Scott, faction of Luna. What is your vote on this issue?
Stand by. Sending a messenger to the faction of Solas. I will vote yes.
Okay. I vote yay. It passes.
All right. There you go.
Sweet.
Give yourself 5 influence. All that jazz.
Right. Hey, Junius has the floor. See, he makes a speech about like morals declining everywhere. That's why Rome's in such a bad state.
not because of senators not sponsoring games here.
Yeah. Curse. Everyone knows he's corrupt as well, but it doesn't matter. He declares a fine on Manus. He cites the Calpurnian law, so you have to pay D6 talents. That to the bank or just goes away?
To the bank. From the personal treasury of the ex-governor, with any shortfall coming from the faction treasury. If he or his faction treasury is unable to pay, the shortfall is deducted as popularity and influence from the senator.
I had hoped it would go to Rome, but okay, that's fine.
Yeah, there's actually a variant where they said let it go to the state, but normally it's not.
Yeah. All right. So what's the fine going to be? Why don't you roll it, Eric?
Oh, okay. I do it? Okay. Here we go.
3 talents. So there you go. 3 talents.
It's not too bad. There you go. And with that, I cede the floor back to Caesar.
I think now it's the turn of Papyrus, I guess.
Okay. Oh.
I think so.
Yes, Papyrus technically. Actually, no.
Okay.
Yeah, because he nominated there was the Pontiff. That would have been Caesar. Yes. Then it would have been the censor. Okay. So it's back to
Caesar.
Back to Caesar.
Okay. I see. Now it's the provinces.
And you can remove your corrupt markers if you have them.
Yeah, that's nice. So,
if they're in Rome. And what do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, no. Dang it.
What do you ask, Chris? Sorry. Censor was... No, I am no censor, no. Okay. So. Now we have to go to the job of assigning provinces, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I'll willingly take Sicily.
You willingly take Sicily?
Willingly takes Sicily.
Oh, one of the richest. What a burden for you, right? What a
Yes,
burden.
it's
What a
such
burden.
sacrifice.
What a burden. Yeah, what a sacrifice for you, man. So let me see. The censor cannot go away. The Pontifex cannot go away.
I
Marius
have a ton of neutrals, though.
could go away, but I don't know. Yeah, but
So
guys, actually, maybe we have to send Marius away, right? Because he has so many influence on him.
I'm going to put some ineligible markers on people for this.
That's good, yeah.
Just to block them off.
That's a good idea.
There are unaligned senators to pull from. Marius would also be willing to go to Sicily.
Okay. You would be willingly going to Sicily?
If you agree to also send one of your senators and one of Eric's senators.
Okay. To recall Servilius. Where is Servilius? When did we say this to recall Servilius? Sorry. Was it?
I think that's the guy with the bodyguard.
Don't recall him. He'll return eventually. He's like a demon we banished to the Shadow Realm.
The Shadow Realm.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Wasn't the deal
for the let me see. And you bring back Servilius, yeah, that's right. But wait a minute. You said the deal was you will do this if I do that. So I was actually giving you something before you had done anything from your deal. So it's the condition is if you do this and this, Alex, I will do this and this. Do you see? Yeah, but you have the lore card, right? Man, he's dangerous, right? So you would be willing to go to Sicily, Luna, and what else? What do you want it? And you want that one of my guys is going away and one of Eric guys is going away.
I suggest the following. Let me take a look here. Let's see, what do we got here? I suggest the following. That's what I suggest.
Oh, interesting. Not Licinius. Okay. Okay.
Oh, okay.
But
I
the guy
totally agree
with
to that.
you do not agree to that.
I do agree. I
Ah,
totally agree.
You totally agree. Okay. Um. Where is Gallia Narbonensis? It's not currently.
Is it one of the Gallia Narbonensis?
No, Gallia
I think
Narbonensis
I
is
might
where
know.
Servilius is.
Yes.
I will propose this arrangement here. Yes, I put this to the floor, this arrangement. So, what's your vote on this issue? Manus, from Chris from the faction of Manus. What is your vote on this issue? Okay, Eric from the faction of Solas. What is your vote on this issue?
Yes.
Luna? Scott?
Luna votes yes.
Okay, and I vote yay. So.
All right.
I'm going
So
away.
then I'll move the markers out of the way to make it easier. Now, I believe that triggers the repopulating Rome rule. Because we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, it does. Hey, you got yourself a free senator. That's smart.
I think I'm going to get 2 free senators.
Oh, really?
All right. So repopulating Rome is rule 1.09.81. Whenever the number of aligned senators currently in Rome falls below 8 during a Senate phase due to death or absence, the top senator in the Curia is promoted to active status in the faction of the player with the fewest total senators. Ties are resolved in favor of the player with the least total influence currently in Rome, with further ties broken by a dice roll. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 senators in Rome aligned. Lowest senator count goes to Manus, Luna, and Aquila. All have 3. The total influence within Manus is right. He'll get the second one. So I get the first one since I have no influence in Rome. Now with the 3 senators, it's only Manus and Aquila, and Manus has the least amount of influence in Rome. So Manus gets Aurelius, the next one from the Curia. And now we have 8 senators in Rome. And Manus and Luna should update their votes accordingly. That's the repopulating Rome phase. And Chris is typing something. Then he stopped. All right. So, was that Caesar who made that proposal?
Yes. Now
So
it's
we don't need that.
Papyrus.
Return
Ah,
governor
yeah,
markers.
sorry. Yeah, I forgot to put it away.
It's all right.
So we are done with the governorships, right?
Indeed, we are. Yeah, let's actually move these. Yeah, that's fine. That's good enough.
So what is actually now? We have what effects do we have in manpower shortage, right? It would cost us
We have a
now.
manpower shortage code, so it's double. The cost of raising new legions and fleets is increased to 20 talents each.
So what could we actually fight? We couldn't fight anything, right?
Oh, we've got plenty of.
What?
We've got plenty of
No,
military
fleets.
strength. We need to fight. We need to fight at least one
Yeah, but
war to.
yeah, the social war is very high, right? So let me see.
Probably fight 2 of them.
Yeah.
Hey, let's not forget we have concessions.
Yes.
Chris says if you recalled Servilius, I would weaken the social war.
Oh, come on.
So what could you do then? How could you weaken the social war? What is the effect? I don't remember the correct wording on the card. What is the effect actually? But wouldn't we have to attack at least 2 wars? Or is 1 enough?
If there are 4 or more active wars at the end of the combat phase, game over. Everyone loses.
Technically, we could just attack 1, but if we roll a disaster, that's game over. So.
Yep.
That's the same,
Exactly.
right?
The fate of the Republic lies in the hands of Aquila.
Unrest reduced by 2 and halves the strength of the. Okay.
I suggest we attack the social war and Cilicia. Said.
What?
Attack the social war and Cilicia. Same time.
Cilicia. What is Cilicia? Kilikia.
It's province in revolt.
Okay. But we would need to raise fleets.
1 fleet.
We need 1 fleet is what we would need.
And
to
does
raise.
manpower shortage affects that?
Yeah, it would cost 20 instead of, so it would lower our treasury to 40, which is, I think, perfectly fine.
Yeah. Say we give him a tax farmer, so he plays his law. Something.
Yeah, that's a possibility, right? But I don't know if he would agree to that. If he would give him something.
He better agree to it.
He better.
Tax farmer's not enough. Okay.
Consequences.
Oh, come on. Oh,
you
this
lose
doesn't
the
have a
popularity
patriotic
for
bone in his
the law.
body.
Tax farmer is not enough, okay.
So
It's not for free. A tax farmer is, if we give you a tax farmer, it's not for free actually, right?
it's
I mean, is the harbor fees that much? That's not a tax farmer. It meets his
Yes.
desire. Is it that hard to give up?
For 3 concessions.
Give
Wow.
what?
for all 3 or Servilius Recall. Wow, that's
much.
that's quite an offer.
That's a lot actually, man. Sorry, no, I will not do this then, I guess. Okay, then we have to deal with the concessions now on our own. And I have to propose here something. Let me see with the concessions here. You will get money from the shipbuilding, I see. Scott.
All you need to build is 1 fleet, so I would just get 3 talents. Big deal. It's the same as the harbor fees.
Okay. Okay. Then I will propose the following. Okay, I will take the nomination. Okay. This is my proposal for the concessions.
Your grain will be destroyed. Just a warning. The Alexandrine War destroys it.
It already did, though.
Oh, okay. It doesn't do it over and over. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't do it over and over. So,
how do you vote on this issue, Eric, from the faction of Solas?
Would you reconsider the proposal, giving me harbor fees instead?
First, I would have to see your vote, and then I will see what I want to reconsider.
Manus is typing. He's trying to undercut me. He does that all. Let's see what he does.
remember, concessions are off the table once a proposal is made. That's a good point. Very good point.
What does that mean?
If we all vote this down, if this fails, then no one gets them.
Oh, really? They can only happen once?
Mm-hmm.
That's unique.
Yeah, it's unique for concessions. I'm not sure what the reasoning was behind that rule, but
I actually like this rule, and this should be implemented for governorships, actually. But
you think for governorships too, and you'd have a lot of governorships not filled if that was the case. But I think I like it for concessions, but I'm not sure about governorships. But I also think governorships shouldn't be for 3 terms, probably more like 1 or 2. But anyways,
at least one should consider to implement it like for example, one person, if he was vetoed or so to go there, he shouldn't be able to be proposed. So yay, okay. Scott from the faction of Luna, how do you vote on this issue?
Scott from the faction of Luna votes 2 votes yes.
I am okay. Faction of Chris, faction of Manus, how do you vote on this issue? I guess you will veto it. Yeah, I saw.
Veto, LOL. From the Pontiff, I assume?
Yeah, from the
Pontiff has vetoed it. How rude.
Sucking all the fun of our corrupt Rome here. Man. You are surely not well intentional here. Oh man.
Maybe it was wise. Maybe there's something about the gods just didn't like this idea.
Do you think
So maybe there was wisdom in this his actions. We will never know.
Okay. Do you think
You can't do like a new combination of concessions? That's just it?
No,
That's it for this Senate phase.
Okay.
Concession.
So the thing
Next
is, I
phase.
could also now decide to close the Senate, and then we will all lose because we have
that would be the end of the game.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
So
I do have some leverage here. If you don't want to lose, Chris, I would consider closing the Senate if you will not play the card now.
the social war card.
Yes, the social war card. I don't have leverage. Okay.
I think that's a rather rash action, personally. I mean, you stand to gain quite a bit of influence, Alex, by winning some wars here.
Yeah, but these are some brutal wars also, right?
I mean, you have the smartest military mind in Rome right now.
Yes, that's
And
true.
one Gaius Julius Caesar. He's a +6 military.
That's true.
Can't figure out how to use him effectively, then
Yeah, that's true. I will figure it out now.
I think
I will propose
him alone, without any forces at all, could take out the
I will
St. Legions. I guess he just needs fleets.
to go to the no to first first I have to. No, we have troops raised enough, right? We have
We have troops.
Okay, and I have to assign legions, fleets, and troops to a war, right? And a commander.
Correct, and commander.
Then I do then I propose to send Caesar with all 11 legions and all veteran legions and 4 fleets to the Alexandrine War.
Oh, come on. That won't pass.
Faction of Solas, how do you vote on this?
Nay?
Faction of Luna, how do you vote on this?
One moment. Ventius is in the lavatory. He needs to finish his business there before he can vote. Chris, I sent you a message.
Me? Do you thought what did you say? Me or what?
Chris.
Okay.
Sent you a message.
I don't see a message. What?
You're not Chris, you're Alex.
Yes, but
Faction of Manus.
Chris
I sent a message to Faction of Manus.
sent whom a message? I don't know. Maybe
That's a good point. You're right. The question still remains, Chris. Luna votes no.
Okay. I vote yay. Sorry. Faction of Manus. Chris, how do you vote on this issue? Or did I ask him already?
No, you haven't asked him. 9 votes nay.
Okay, yay. Then I have to lose 1 influence, right?
You either lose an influence or step down as council.
No, I do not. I will. Now is Papyrus round, right?
Correct.
I will propose Caesar going to the Alexandrine War with 11 legions, 3 veteran legions, and 3. Wait a minute. Did we have enough fleets to fight it? Do we have to fight first the fleet battle? The naval
Yes,
battle?
you have to fight the naval battle first.
I'd suggest not attacking this war at all.
Okay, I could. Okay, then I will propose to send.
I suggest you continue to make the proposal, variations of the Caesar proposal, until Caesar is at 0 influence.
Let's see. I will propose to take 11. Send Caesar with 11 legions, 3 veteran legions to the social war. What is your vote on this issue, Solas?
Any fleets? You won't have any fleets. So
on the social war?
Oh, the social war. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that part. So I'm sorry. Say the proposal again.
I propose to send Caesar with 11 legions and 3 veteran legions to prosecute the social war.
Gotcha.
Faction of Solas, what is your vote on this issue?
Faction of Solas dropped off roll 20, and he's muted on Discord. I suspect he's having technical issues. So what would that give you? 11 plus 6 is 17, plus your 6 military is 23. Give you a plus 13 on the dice roll. And Eric dropped off the Discord. Let's wait, see if he's able to rejoin. I suspect Eric is... Oh, here he joined Discord. He's on mute right now, though. Yeah, Eric. Okay, so he's back in Roll20. So sorry, his internet went down. Welcome back, Eric.
I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. All right.
No problem. Seems like the Wi-Fi in the Senate isn't that reliable.
Yeah.
The Wi-Fi in the Senate.
What's the proposal here?
Third time. Okay. I propose to send Caesar to prosecute the social war with 11 legions and 3 veterans. Actually, and 4 fleets. Why not?
And 4 fleets. Why not? All right.
What's the plan here?
What's the voting? What? Yeah. What? Do you want to
Solas,
enlighten the Senate
Solas.
on your thinking here?
Solas, what is your vote on this issue?
I mean, I think we're all going to vote no, unless...
Yeah, I think it's in a couple things to keep in mind. Caesar, he's going to have like a plus 13. There are, as Chris has pointed out, there are disaster and stalemate numbers for this war, whereas the provinces don't have those. There is the what's that law? The Manilian law in effect, which means that a victorious commander can just assign himself to another war and go fight that one. Caesar's special power is that he gets 2 allied veteran legions instead of just 1 if he's victorious. So, yeah, I think it's in the... I have no problem with Caesar fighting a war, and that we definitely need it to happen, but we need to guarantee a victory. And I think fighting the social war might be too much. So
There is
I
a
think
player
it's
here
wise
on the
if we
table who
vote
could play a
no.
card, right?
Say again?
There is a player here with us who could play a card affecting the social war.
There is a player who could affect the social war, yes.
Oh, I see what
At
you're
least,
doing.
at least he thinks, or he said it's so. We haven't seen any evidence to that effect, but I have no reason to doubt it.
We could make a deal. I mean, if Chris does not play the law, I would join Aquila in sending Caesar the entire army somewhere. Basically, you need to play the law, man.
Chris is typing.
It's before the proposal.
Yeah, that's true. The proposal is
The proposal is on the floor. That's true, yeah. So, Solis, what is your vote on this issue now, then?
This one, I mean, nay for now.
Then, Scott from the faction of Luna, what is your vote on this issue now?
I vote nay.
And Chris from the faction of Manus, what is your vote on this issue now?
Oh.
Okay.
All right. So either lose an influence or step down as a...
I will lose an influence.
Consul.
Okay. I propose to raise 3 more fleets.
All right.
What is your vote on this issue, Scott, from the faction of Luna?
3 fleets? What's your intent with these fleets?
First of all, you would be the one to profit from this or not, right?
True, but I want to understand what your thinking is.
at least we need at least one more fleet in order to prosecute the other wars, right? And Alexandrine War, even with my fleets, I couldn't prosecute the naval battle or not, even with these fleets raised.
I would support one fleet and one fleet only.
Okay, I will propose one fleet then, to raise one more fleet.
Okay.
Faction or Scott from the faction of Luna, how do you vote on this issue?
Well, yes.
Faction Chris from the faction of Manus, how do you vote on this issue? Eric from the faction of Solas, how do you vote on this issue? So yeah, I do vote yes. Take your money.
So then I'll take care of the deducting the state revenue and all that stuff. And giving us another fleet. And then I'll get my talents. All right, you can move on to the next proposal. Oh, he just gets it here. All set.
So this was the proposal by Caesar, right? Yeah, and now it's Papyrus.
Correct.
And so I propose to send Caesar with 11 legions, 3 veterans, and 5 fleets to the social war.
Last turn, you guys were like pulling nails to like you sent me with like no forces to Alexandrine War, and now Alex is sending everything.
Yes, I don't believe the faction of Aquila has the interests of the Republic at heart.
He's trying to.
But
hey, split
the
forces.
guy who doesn't play the card against the social war doesn't have the interest of the Republic.
But there are plenty of other avenues of at play here. It doesn't all hinge on the social war. I mean, we have the necessary fleets to fight one of them.
Chris, take a look at Caesar. He has no money on him.
He has no money, true. So it would be hard to march on Rome. If Alex wins, he'll easily revolt. Yeah, he could.
In favor of sending Caesar to the social war with a +5, and Papyrus to the Sicilia with whatever.
With the remaining forces?
Yeah. I mean,
first we have to vote.
I think long term here, Caesar will farm 2 legions from this. Of his ability.
Yeah, and he'd get a third if he wins the other war. So from what's his name? So the proposal is all forces now with Caesar to the social war.
Yeah. What is your vote on this issue, Eric from the faction of Solas?
Hey.
What is your vote on this issue, Scott from the faction of Luna?
What
is your vote on this, Chris from the faction of Manus? Okay, I vote yay. I have to take a loss. Okay.
Take an influence. Did you remove your last influence hit?
Yes, because.
Okay. Checking.
No, for Caesar I hadn't to do because he proposed.
Oh, okay. It was the previous guy. Yeah. Gotcha.
And now let's see. I propose to. Okay, let me see. I have to take this one. And what is the was here? Proposed to send Papirius to Cilicia at Cyprus with 5 fleets and 7 legions. 5 fleets,
Seven?
7 legions.
7 regular legions?
7 regular legions. And to send Caesar with 4 regular legions and 3 veteran legions to prosecute the social war.
It's not a bad proposal.
All right, so I'm going to do some stuff here to try to help us understand the proposal. So the legion markers in the active wars area are meant to represent the total combat strength you would have, not necessarily exact. And so it would be, you said 7 regular, which would give us 4 remaining. 4 plus the 3 veterans to social war would be a total of a 10.
But I said
military.
7 regular legions to Cilicia and 4 regular to social war and 3 veteran legions to the social war and 5 fleets to Cilicia and Cyprus.
So then stand by. Like this, basically. Is that correct, Alex?
Let me check. Yeah, that's my proposal. Yeah.
So that would give Achilles a 1, 8, plus 6. No, even Lomans. They'll give him a plus 6 on Silesia, Cyprus. That would give 6, 10, 16, a plus 6 for Julius Caesar and a social war. All right, what's the voting order?
Manus, Chris from the faction of Manus, how do you vote on this issue? Nay again, even with such a balanced proposal, and you are not playing the card against the social war. So, okay, I see.
If you defeat it, it'll remove his leverage.
Scott from the faction of Luna, how do you vote on this issue?
Plus 11 to carry victory in the provincial war.
Scott from the
I'd rather
faction
take
of
my
Luna,
chances.
how do you vote on this issue?
I will vote yes on this.
Eric from the faction of Solas, how do you vote on this issue?
Yes.
Okay,
I vote yes. Yeah.
All right, so that adjourns the Senate. So let's delete these. I should have kept them. So the fleets. Paste. So we have 7 there and 4 here.
I had to, sorry, I leave it there, right? Then we can see who is going where. Sorry.
Yeah, we know who's where. No, that's okay. You can move those away now. Let me rearrange the active war so we can get the leaders in there.
Okay.
And then this will go. We don't need that anymore. Oops. All right, so the Senate is adjourned. Let's do some combat. Which one do you want to do first, Alex?
I would say Caesar goes first.
All right. So
the social
Caesar.
war, because it's in Italy.
It's in Italy. It happens first. All right. So we have a 4 legions plus 6 for the veterans is 10 plus your 6 for your military. Minus 10 gives you a plus 6 on the combat. Go ahead and roll 3. There's no evil omens. Roll 3d6. Ooh, nice roll. 10, 14. Is that a disaster standoff? It is not. 14 plus 6 is victory, no losses. I'm confident of that. So give Julius 5 influence, 5 popularity, but he can't go above 9, so he's a 9 popularity. The state gets 15 talents for the spoils. Well, yeah, so we're going to 55. The card gets, what happens? Does it say about? Does not increase strength of any match. Okay, so what card is discarded? You get to pick 2 veterans. Let's do 4 and 5 based on our practice so far. I'll get that for you.
Okay.
All right. So then our regular legions there, it goes down to 2 because 2 of them became veterans. All right. So that's that war. Unrest goes down by 1 for victory. Got that.
Okay.
All right. I believe that's everything for the social war.
Now it's Papyrus, right?
Papyrus, Clicia, plus 7 on the. Oh, okay, so you rolled 7, 8 plus 6. You got a 8 plus 6 is 14. 14 is victory. Just enough. 4 legions and 4 fleets are destroyed. So 4 legions brings us down to 3 legions there.
Do I lose popularity, right?
Yeah, one moment.
How do I show negative popularity?
There is a negative option on the markers.
I see.
So your influence goes up by 1. Your popularity goes to -1. It goes up for the win of the war, but down 2 for losing the legions. You get 1 veteran. Let's go with number 6. How's that sound?
Bloody revolt there.
Yeah. Oops, that's not where I want to do. All right, so that and that, and this goes to 2. And then the unrest goes down by 1. And then Silesia Cyprus comes back. The provincial forces we've been saying are destroyed. And that, I believe, is the end of the combat phase. Anything I missed? Right.
So you took into account Julius Caesar's special ability. You may convert 2 legions to allied veteran.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Why Do we have other veterans out?
I think they are disbanded legions, right? I do have, for example.
That's what it is. Okay, yeah, there's disbanded ones. Thank you.
Which one is
for the reminder.
disbanded by Achilles, actually? It's the 5th. And it's the 6th.
You guys disbanded a bunch of legions.
The 4th is disbanded by Servilius.
6th. All disbanded.
But the 4th and 5th, I think let's see, Achilles has the 6th, and then he must also have the 5th. Yes. All right, so that explains why we're actually into 7 and 8 and 9 for the veteran legion markers, because the other ones are disbanded. Gotcha. Okay. So, revolution phase. Starting with the highest ranking available officer, which would be Julius Caesar, a faction of Aquila. Are you going to rebel?
I want to make the rolls, because in the
All
rules
right,
do
so
state make rolls, right?
right. So these 3 veterans are controlled by. Are they controlled by anybody?
Let me see.
No, I think the owners of those have since perished, or the victorious guys, because those are 1, 2, and 3. So they are in play for the rolls. Let's look.
Oh, you can roll on veteran legions that are senatorial?
I believe so.
Really? Janice will know.
Declaration of.
Oh, damn.
I don't
know that. That's bad news.
Bad news bears. Commander of Legions before announcing his decision to command. Okay, so this is rule 1.11.31. Commander of Legions, before announcing his decision, a commander considering revolt may roll 1d6 for each legion in his current command, unless they are veteran and belong to the commander. Unless they are veteran. Okay, determine a result of. So, late Republic, you want to get a greater than or equal to 3. So let's say the ones that are not currently already aligned to Caesar. Well, let's put these guys with Caesar like that. Let's put these down here so they're out of the way. So, rolling for veteran number 1.
1d6, right?
Correct. That could potentially be. I'll move it down to mean it's with Caesar. Actually, no, I'll just move it next to you. Roll for 2. Roll for 3. Roll for one of the regulars. And then roll for the other one. Hail Caesar.
Hail Caesar.
All right. What about Papirius?
Okay, we have to roll for him too, right? Okay.
So let's start with the veteran. Let's move them all off to the left here. Oh, the veteran automatically goes. Okay, so one of the regulars.
So
Go
I roll
ahead.
for the regular now?
Correct. All right, that's a success. Roll for the other one. Hail Papirius. And the fleets automatically would. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you going to rebel?
I'm going to free the Republic from the tyranny of the Senate.
All right. So does that mean that Julius Caesar is the primary rebel?
Yes.
All right. Let me get those markers.
And Papyrus is going to be the secondary rebel?
Secondary. What about your governors?
Oh, see. Could he rebel too? Yes, right.
Yes.
Then he will rebel or not?
Actually, don't.
Don't
I think
know.
they're separate types of revolts.
Is he not allowed to? Do we not play with the advantage?
Yeah, I would think he would be able to. I'm going to see what Chris says. Does a secondary rebel contribute their ordinary legions?
I don't think so. I would have to pay them in order to recall them, right? Because they are disbanded legions.
Yeah, you have to pay for them for sure.
And I don't have the money, so
Support them.
the question would be moot, I think, in the current circumstances.
Consult the rules.
Okay.
So, what do you say? What did Chris say? Governors can join as a secondary, but they don't contribute to the first turn of the revolt, so it doesn't help much, right? All right, so I'm looking at Rule 1.11.32, Secondary Rebels. When a senator revolts after the primary rebel has been determined, each other senator in his faction must immediately declare his loyalty to the state or join him in revolt. Those who remain loyal to the state may continue to function and collect revenue normally. Those who join the revolt leave Rome but lose all offices except governorships and senatorial income, and share the fate of the primary rebel should he be defeated. The primary rebel can use any money in the secondary rebel's personal treasuries as if it were his own. Governors that join the revolt keep their provinces, but except for veteran legions owing allegiance to senators in the basic game. Garrisons of rebel governors are not allowed. Blah, blah, blah.
But the thing is, I don't think I can use my disbanded legions without paying them.
Correct. You don't have the disbanded legions.
Yeah. But I could declare him. I could declare that he will also join the liberation army of Caesar.
Yeah, it would be in a secondary turn.
Okay.
That he would link up with Caesar in theory.
If Pierce's entire army merges with Caesar's into like one big army.
Let's look and see what we can see. Maintenance secondary combat requirement.
Oh, okay, it does not.
I don't see how this is going to be a sustainable civil war for Aquila, though, in terms of paying for support of his legions. Secondary rebels with independent commands may not contribute other forces to the rebel at this time and must return their non-garrison legions and fleets to Senate control. Secondary rebels. Do you see that, Alex?
What?
Look at Chris's messages in the Roll20 chat. It's a note from the secondary rebels section of the rules, which is Rule 1.11.32.
It is about the governor or about the secondary rebel? It's the secondary.
Secondary rebels in general. Non-garrison legions.
Oh, but Pierce, he just gives his veteran legion. That's it. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, good. We at least have 2 legions. Okay.
Non-garrison legions and.
I wouldn't mind if you won this way. I've actually never seen Rome get taken by a
March on Rome. So yeah, I agree with what Chris is saying, Alex. That Papirius and his forces. Papirius could be a secondary rebel, or not the primary, but a rebel. But he still has to relinquish his command. Based on the wording of the It's the last half of the secondary rebels rule. Oh, without maintenance. He doesn't have to maintain his veterans.
Without maintenance, right?
Yeah, without
But
maintenance.
it is not written that they wouldn't follow him, actually. It is without maintenance.
Right. Well, what you can do, here's how I think it needs to be, how you would do it. And this is Scott trying to be an impartial to explain. I think the fleet and what does it say? Does it say garrison legion? Not garrison. Veteran legions, owing allegiance to primary or secondary without secondary rebels with independent commands may not contribute other forces to the rebel at this time. And return their guy. Here, okay, so
then
I think what you have, the
them,
fleet and the regulars
so then
that Papirius have returned to Rome. But your veterans you can keep with Papirius.
So where is this rule explicitly written that these will go away, the legions? These two
Look
legions.
at rule 1.11.32.
The sentence.
Putting
which
it.
is the sentence?
So it's in the middle of it. Okay. Veteran legions. Are you reading it right now?
I'm looking at this section. Okay, I see the sentence. Yeah, it seems that this is correct, yeah.
All right, so then these go back to the state.
But then I would say Achilles will not revolt, right? Because it makes no sense, I guess. No, makes no sense.
So then Achilles is not going to rebel?
Yeah,
that's the governor, right?
Yeah, the governor.
Okay. All right. So then it's Julius and Papirius are rebels. We lost somebody. I think it's Eric, and then he rejoined on Discord. So let's put the unaligned guys up in the top section. Oh, that's cool. Never seen that happen. Oh, the air was joined. And then let's put the rebels. You rebel scum.
Hey, liberator.
Down here.
Liberator. This is the Liberation Army.
That remains to be seen.
Hey, it's rebellion against the Empire, you know? Yeah.
And then you can arrange your guys however you want, Alex. So that was Alex's decision. Eric, are you going to... We're still in the revolution phase, technically. Are you going to play any cards? You can't rebel because I doubt you can... Your rebellion would be more worse than what we currently have in hand.
I'll pass.
Okay. Chris, any cards you want to play?
Someone has grasses.
No cards.
I'll trade.
Give you anything for Crassus. I am playing a card. I am playing... Stand by. Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus.
Oh, what a fitting statesman. What a fitting statesman.
Exactly.
Who else should now save the Republic if not he?
Indeed.
It's a weird military. Oh.
It's randomly determined.
But it would be so fitting to appoint him.
I thought the same.
In favor of it. Yeah.
All right, that's all the cards I play. We are done with the revolution phase. We are to turn number 8. I propose we take a short break. Be back in 5 minutes. Got us back. Hey, Chris, so you're back. Alex always likes to exercise the rules, doesn't he?
Hello?
Hello.
So one question. How is it now with the governor? He could get all the money if he would be a secondary rebel from the province, right? In the revenue phase, he would get all the money. But it wouldn't help me because I have to pay my legions before I could
Right.
send the money over to Caesar, right? So it wouldn't
Right.
help me.
Exactly. Where it would help, and this is all we're in the state we're in right now, and that's already gone past that. Excuse me. I think maybe where it would have helped is reinforcements. So you could bring those provincial forces in from your governor, not the first round, but in secondary rounds, I believe. Because if we fight and we get a stalemate or a standoff, then the civil war continues on, and then you can bring in the reinforcements from a second guy. So you would get a big chunk of 10 provincial forces as reinforcements from Spain. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But the die is cast. It is called Game Rubicon.
But I don't. Maybe I should have revolted with him. I'm not that sure if it's a good idea to stay. I don't know.
I think the challenge you're going to have is supporting your forces.
I'm back.
Welcome back. I made a comment earlier before everyone joined when it was just Chris and I that Alex likes to exercise the rules. He always likes to rebel.
Yes.
I think you just can't, because of Julius Caesar, you just can't pass up the chance at reenacting history. So
No, I cannot. That's true. It's too tempting, you know.
exactly.
Even
All
if
right.
it fails, it makes for a good story.
Yep. It's fun. So we are in the mortality phase. I'm going to shuffle up the mortality deck again. This is where we hope we draw number 4.
Yeah.
I'm going to put it in the forum. None again. All right, nobody dies. Mortality phase has been pretty mild this game, I think.
Are you kidding me? We had last time mob violence.
That was mob violence. That's different than mortality phase.
Yes, that's true. But we had actually some death here going on.
Oh, yeah? All right, let's update the revenue generator program. So Rome currently has only... All right, so let's do all the other players in Rome first before we do you.
But that's the thing. If I would have revolted, you wouldn't get the state income from my province. But okay, whatever.
Yeah, true. But let's see. Maybe you could be reading some rules as we update everything else. Just to kind of catch up. So Rome has 2 legions and 1 fleet. 2 legions and 1 fleet. No land bills. I believe 3 active wars if we count the Civil War. Yep, 3 active wars. That's to our benefit. Rome's better, the state's benefit. Drought level is still at no, it's only a 1 because of the Alexandrine War. We don't have the drought event. Evil omens, no. Pontifex Maximus is in the faction of Manus. All right. Aquila has 1 senator.
Yeah, but
actually, technically, it's 3 senators.
So actually, I would like to revolt with him too, but okay, whatever. I don't think
3 knights.
The mood is. So I have one question though. I have to lose my knights with Caesar.
That's a good question. Let's look that up.
Is this true?
Where's that at? Probably in the revolution phase area. Interesting. Only one faction may be involved. Okay.
But whatever, it isn't. So if I lose, I lose, and if I win, I win. So it's not even. It only takes time, right? Because if I lose, I get killed, right?
Yep.
And they are
Rule
way anyway.
1.11.34 income. A senator in revolt returns his concessions to the forum, loses all of his knights
There it is.
and offices except governorships, and forfeits all personal revenue. In the basic game, a governor may not receive money directly from any faction treasury or any loyal senator's personal treasury. However, loyal senators of his faction may still contribute to the rebels' senator's faction treasury.
Yeah.
All right, so you lose your knights. Let me update that in the revenue generator. No
Yes,
knights.
No knights.
Faction leader, you have no concessions, I believe. Wait, what's his name has a concession? What's that guy? Mining. You have the mining concession.
Money because he is a faction leader for Papyrus? Is this my base income? I will get base income?
I would say yes.
Okay.
You have the mining concession, right? Okay. And then your province is what again? That's Hispania Ulterior, which is improved. Hispania Ulterior, and it's improved. Are you taking spoils, Alex?
Yes, I take spoils, yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's do Solas next.
Okay.
Solas, you have how many? You have 5 senators?
Yep.
How many knights?
2.
You have a faction leader. You have the tax farmer 4. And the other, you have armaments, but that doesn't count. All right. Provinces. You just have Bithynia, is that correct?
Yeah. And Sicily.
And Sicily. You got Sicily this round. This past round. Are you taking spoils from your provinces?
Yes.
All right. Can someone help me out with Manus? I see 4 senators.
4 senators.
And 4 knights.
Yes, 4 knights.
Faction leader, yes. Does he have a concession?
Yes,
no.
No concession.
What provinces does he have?
Africa is developed.
Mm-hmm.
And Gallia Narbonensis is developed.
Anything else? Hispania Citerior? Or does he lose that one because he? I think I might have that one now.
You do have Hispania Citerior, yeah.
Okay. And is he taking spoils? He probably put it in the chat. Taking all spoils. Thank you. Man is taking spoils. Man is taking spoils. So he's just got the 2 provinces. Okay. Luna, 4 senators, 2 knights, and a faction leader. Okay, and I have the shipbuilding. Okay, so I don't have harbor fees anymore. I have Asia undeveloped, Gallia Cisalpina developed, and Hispania Citerior developed. So Asia undeveloped, Gallia Cisalpina, Hispania Citerior. And I am taking spoils. And then the 2 unaligned senators, Illyricum and Sardinia Corsica. Illyricum. They're not taking spoils. All right, I'm going to save it. Oops. Why didn't I close that? It has been saved. Generating revenue. So Alex will need to parse yours out a little in more detail because of your governors or your rebels. So the state gets 79. I'll take care of that. Aquila gets 11, but again, Alex will parse that out in a second. Luna gets 25. Manus gets 23. Solas gets 21. I'll copy this. I forgot to copy it into the chat. Sorry. I'm at the bottom. All right, so let me get the state first, Alex. So 55 plus 79. Oops, that's not what I want. So 55 plus 79. So the state is at 134. 134.
Finally, we have some decent money rolling in.
It's because we don't have that. Yeah, we got some problem. We didn't get like barbarian raise or anything. All right, so that's the state.
So I have only to subtract my money on my rebels from my total, I guess, and then I give it to Achilles.
Basically, yeah. Basically, yes.
It should be correct then, right?
So Julius would get 1. Yeah, Papirius gets 3. So that gives you 8 left, and you put 8 of it. Either, that's where you can reassign. So
no, wait. I have to pay. No, I have to pay my maintenance before I can reassign money. And
correct.
So Achilles gets plus 7 because the others I get 11 in total. The others got 4. So 11 minus 4 is 7 for Achilles. So he has 8 now on his.
Mm-hmm.
So, but first I have to pay maintenance. So, and only for these 2 legions, not for the veterans, right?
Rebel legions and fleets cost 2 talents per turn to maintain and must be paid before redistribution of wealth occurs.
Yes, but
the rebel senator can pay this from his personal or faction treasury.
But the veteran legions not, right? Not the veteran legions.
Well, I'm trying to read.
Okay.
Veteran legions owing allegiance to a rebel senator require no maintenance, while veteran legions owing no allegiance must be maintained normally.
But
if the rebel cannot pay the required maintenance during the revenue phase, you must release the legions and fleets.
But the veteran legions from Papyrus automatically owes allegiance now also to Caesar, right?
Yeah, so these 2, I'll put them on the other side. You do not need to maintain these guys. You don't have the offices anymore, so let's move those. The ones on the right of your cards, you do not need to maintain.
And that's why
the ones on the left.
And that's why I should have gone with Achilles as a secondary rebel, I guess.
Well, you wouldn't have been able to redistribute your money.
No, but I could use it because it states in the rules that a primary rebel can always use the treasury from the secondary rebel as
true,
as if it would be his own. And I would get plenty of money from the local taxes, I guess.
Yes.
Okay, but whatever. I didn't do this. Then I have to pay the money with those, and I could keep 2 veteran legions.
Correct. Because you can pay 4. So, which do you have a preference? You pick the 2 you want.
Yeah.
All right. And so then
you can pay from your faction treasury if you have any, because you don't.
No, I should have revolted with Achilles. It was a bad move to not revolt with him. It was actually a bad move.
All right. So then that gives the state. So then the state needs to pay the maintenance for those. I'll get rid of that. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Now we can assign monies. So don't forget to pay or buy provincial forces for your governors. Mm. What's that going to give us?
Why is Pompeius a returned governor?
Because he just returned from his province.
The statesman. Didn't you play his card?
Yeah, as a governor, but then he comes back.
Okay, I see.
All right, what's that going to give you? 6 plus 8, 10, 12.
So, and now I can give money from my faction, from Achilles to Caesar, right?
You mean through the faction treasury? That's the part we need to read up on some rules. That's what I'm hoping you're looking at, Alex. Because I've been doing a lot of other bookkeeping.
It's on the income on 1.11.34. It is the section, however, loyal senators of his faction may still contribute to the rebel senators' faction treasury.
That sounds familiar. What did Chris say in the? Actually, let's look at one other thing. All right. So aligned legions are free, and you use the faction treasury. I don't know. It's an old message. All right, so we got some messages being put in the chat. Eric, you said, did all that 40 talents come out of your faction treasury? I don't know what that is.
Okay, I just wondered like where it came from.
The 40 talents on. Yeah, I think it must be from the faction treasury, I guess, or what? Sempronius. What did the faction of Manus get this time? 23. Okay, and he got 23, and he must have gotten something from the faction treasury.
Yeah.
I guess.
Just wondering.
But he had some money left on his guy too, right?
Yeah.
I guess so.
Be a shame if you're gonna die right now.
So I should be able to transfer money from Achilles to Caesar or not? Or at least...
I agree with what you're saying.
What is the faction treasury then from these guys? Okay. I transferred the money.
All right.
I'm done with my...
For the record, Marius is donating 10 talents to the state. I give the state an additional 10 talents. And if we're doing so, he gets 1 influence.
How much does he get? +3
One
or...
influence.
Okay, 1 influence, sorry.
And then I'm going to split up this money. Let's do... I am done with my revenue phase.
I'm done with my revenue phase too.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, Chris
Done.
says he's done too.
All right. Did anybody update the term markers of the unaligned governors?
No, I didn't do this. And we have to maybe increase their provincial forces, right?
Good call. Yes, we do.
I will do it. I will do it for the...
All right. You do that. I'll update the term markers. That means they're back.
Okay, I will do the... Yeah, let's see.
You do the provincial forces.
Yes.
I'll do the...
Done with the provincial forces.
Done with the term markers. I'll move I'll move them back into the forum. Everything back in, and the forum. We're running out of space in the forum. Once again, I'll do some rearrangement of stuff in the forum. Back and back. I guess these mob violence is going to go away, as does manpower shortage, so we get some space there. There, there, there. All right. Who's the censor? I think it's Eric, right?
Yes.
You start us off with the forum. If I roll 2d6, don't roll a 7. All right. I'll bring the deck out. Draw 1 card.
Okay, I keep that. Okay.
Persuasion attempt.
Persuasions. Oh, there's lots of juicy targets here.
Lots of juicy targets.
6. You can have max 6 senators in this, right? Or is it 5? 6?
There's no maximum to how many senators you can have.
Oh, that's OP. All right. Okay. Let's go with Tullius. Persuade him with Autius, and that's just an automatic.
Well,
thing. Okay, Manus, does anyone put counter bribes?
No counter bribes from Chris. No counter bribes from me, Luna.
No, I can't. I'm not active now because I don't.
He's like barely. He's not even here. Yeah.
Don't think I'm here.
Yeah.
Well, technically you could.
I could.
You might have something in your faction tree.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
All right. Success.
Spend. And those 40 talents are scary. You can't do anything with them, so at least I think so. All right, how about? Oh. Okay. I'll spend 5. Spend 5 talents. Knight for
knight.
Or let's see here. Let's go with Licinius. 5 talents.
All right.
Got it. And games. I won't do games on this turn. All right, Manus, your turn.
You won't do games.
Oh, if Manus does games, I might.
All right, draw a card, Manus. Another unaligned senator. Persuasion attempts first. Plautius. Which one's Plautius?
Oh, he's my guy.
Oh.
Okay, I see the plan here.
He wants to propose CFL. Yeah.
So does Plautius' influence? It doesn't factor into this, does it?
It does not.
Only no, not his. Yeah.
Okay.
Faction treasury could only counter now.
See if I have a card for this.
All right. You playing any special cards, Chris? What's your numbers? Who's doing it? How much money you spending? All that stuff.
Yeah.
Right now, he's doing math. All right. 8 plus 3 is 11. Let me get a.
He has loyalty 6 plus 7, right? And
13.
Yeah, 13. So 13 loyalty overall. And he has 8 plus 3. He is minus 2.
It's a 20.
All right, so you spend 20. That puts you at a 31. 31 minus. You have. Was there any money on Plautius?
No.
No,
Okay.
there was no money on Plautius.
So
Why?
13, 20,
So why
31
did he
minus.
go with 20 directly? So he wouldn't have needed it for the best shot.
31 minus 13 gives you a 18 right now.
Isn't this too high or too? But wait a minute. Has he only one shot to do this, or can he? Does it go around? What is?
That's his strategy. He's basically trying to discourage
Trying to
anyone
bleed
else
me
from.
money or something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, so if I counter bribe, then he can bribe again.
Yes.
Then he gets all the money on Plautius. Be agree the rules. That seems busted.
No, that's the way it is. The late Republic. This is lots of money flying around for these kind of things. Eric, I'm going to send you a message.
Okay.
All right, Eric. Messenger has been sent in your direction.
I see. Okay. The offer is noted. Oh. Okay. Isn't he at plus 15? Am I doing my math wrong here? So he has
He has an 8 influence, 3 oratory. You count the oratory.
Okay, the oratory factors in. All right. Okay, that makes sense.
So he's at a plus 18.
All right. Okay. I'll message Scott.
So,
I'm messaging.
okay, I see. Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, damn. All right. Yeah, I did your math wrong. This is like a complicated loan.
Reply,
Okay.
Chris. I mean, Eric.
That's my new offer, I guess.
Are you agreeing to the rest of it?
Also, oh yeah, I agree to that.
All right. I am putting as a counter bribe 4 talents. So that actually, how about we just, I'll put it as another thing. Choose 4. That lowers the number to a 14.
Okay.
Done.
I will also counter bribe. To be clear, it goes back to Manus, and then it cycles around and around again.
Correct.
Okay, that's fair. Oh. I'm going to put in 12 talents.
Okay. Put the money. What did I just do? Put the money on the dude or next to it, as we've been doing. That lowers it to a 2. Back to Chris.
Could he pay it from his Licinius?
No, that's coming from your faction treasury.
Because he.
It has to come from my faction treasury?
I think Eric.
Correct.
Oh, whoa. That's okay. Then this everything's doomed. Okay.
Sorry, but I'm the stickler.
No,
I did not know this. This is my first time defending a persuasion. So.
All right. So then, does that?
In that case, yeah, dude,
Does
I'm
that
just
affect
screwed.
our agreement?
That cancels our agreement and everything. I did not know any of this. So yeah. Okay.
Are we okay with me undoing my or not?
Yeah.
Chris says it's fine. All right, so that puts our number back to an 18. All right, so then back to I put no money from my faction treasury. So back to you.
I'll
Eric.
pass. So.
All right, so then
I can't.
That means no one contributed, so that means it's an 18. He rolls 2d6. What do you get? You got a 9. Screeched by.
oh. Ouchie.
Just
boom, ouch.
Nicely done, Chris.
Yeah, nice. But it's harsh, right? Now he has a guy with 26. Wow.
And he's got a lot of money on him, too.
Oh, yeah. Man. Yeah.
Eric probably should have changed his faction later. In hindsight.
Yeah, I'm learning a lot here.
Hindsight is 2020. Claudius rolls for a knight, fails.
But with so much money, couldn't he make the vote then for Consul for life, I guess? I think he has
Yeah, he
enough
could.
You
money
think?
and so on.
You think he might be planning that?
Yeah, actually, I do think.
Anything else, Chris? Just thinking.
Because wouldn't he win if Rome survives one turn? He
Yeah.
only needs a
Yeah.
stalemate against the civil war, and then he wins.
All right, my turn. Rolling 2d6. Not a 7. Dealing myself a card. What's the card? It is a keeper. All right.
So now it's my turn, or what?
No.
Sorry.
It's persuasion attempts and knights. What do we got here? Well, Porcius is the best one. Wow, he's got a 2 military. It's interesting. All right, so 10. What's that going to mean? 5, 8 minus 2 goes to Pompey Magnus will attempt to persuade Porcius, the unaligned senator. I am putting 8 minus 2, 11 towards it. Give me a second.
How much do you put towards it?
11.
11. Wait, he has loyalty 10, and you have oratory influence. I see. Yeah. You have the best possible. Yeah.
So I believe that puts it at a 9.
Yeah, I counted that too. Yeah.
Eric, I'm about to send you a message. Oh, Alex, any money from her counter bribe?
No.
Eric, any money to counter bribe?
Nope.
Eric, are you there?
No, I will not counter bribe.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. Okay, and Chris said no counter bribe, so rolling 2d6, no whammies. 7. Success. All right. Rolling a knight with Gaius Magnus Pompeius. No money spent. Nope. And then changing my faction leader to Pompeius and done.
Now it's my turn, right?
Correct.
Okay. 2d6. A 6. It's not a 7, right?
Correct.
It's a keeper. So.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not in Rome, so no persuasion, no night roll, right? I
No
think,
night.
yeah, right.
You have to be in Rome now.
I could sponsor games, but I will not. So I'm done with my.
All right, Eric, you start us off with the bidding.
Okay,
I suggest. Well, I don't know. Your call. If you get it, I suggest. No, I don't know if you're changing the fact. Yeah, maybe you want to change your faction leader, so it's not so your censor is the faction leader.
yeah. I'm gonna keep waiting.
So that way, no, you got to
No,
move
he
it.
meant
That's
if
only
you
if you
get
get
it.
the persuasion.
If you get it.
Yeah, you have to actually get the initiative to be able to change
Okay,
your
yeah,
faction.
that's right. All right. Let's go with 3 talents.
3 talents. All right.
Yeah.
This goes around one time. 5 talents. I'll bid 6. All right, and then Alex can't outbid it. So
No, I can't.
then 6 will come from Quintius. All right, rolling 2d6. Not a 7. Dealing myself a card. Not as a keeper. Okay. What can I do? Persuasion attempts here. I can do 5. Plus 3 is 8. On Flaminius. Anybody better than that? No. So I have on Snake Eyes, I can persuade Flaminius. I'm going to go with that. Alex, do you want to counter bribe?
No.
Eric, do you want to counter bribe?
No.
Chris, do you want to counter bribe?
He says
No.
no.
All right. No whammies. Come on, Snake Eyes. Oh, I saw the 1-1 and was hopeful. I will roll, not spending any money. And whoa, what did I just do? Okay. On Porcius. Roll a night. No money spent. No. And done. Eric, you bid on the
I
last.
bid. Let's say 4 talents. Yeah, 4
Chris.
talents.
10 talents. I'll pass. And then 10 to you, Chris. All right. Not a 7. Keeper. Emilius. In the unaligned senator, Emilius. So he's got a loyalty of 8. Who's doing the persuading? Claudius, no bribe. 26 plus 1 is 27. That gives you a 19 right now. All right. I do not counter bribe.
I do not counter bribe.
He's doing Emilius, this guy here in the.
I will not counter bribe.
Success. All right. So let's just move these back. That's all. You want to roll for a night? You get a free roll. Oh, TS. Nothing. All right. So that's it, I think. Population phase. This is where Alex is hoping for a very bad roll. Right?
What?
Since no one sponsored games. Eric. Actually, no, we need to roll for the guys in the Curia. Eric, roll a d6 for Claudius.
Okay.
No. Roll a d6 for
Vercingetorix.
Vercingetorix. All right. Now make a 3d6 roll, subtract 5. What's your popularity? You got 0. Subtract 5 from your roll. -10 minus 5 is 5. I think that's a manpower shortage again. Alex is happy.
Oof.
Not random events. 5 plus 4 to unrest, manpower shortage.
What was it?
Manpower shortage, standby.
No, what was the? So it was 10.
It's a 5.
Minus,
Total, a 10 minus 5 is a 5.
Okay.
Plus 4
Yeah.
to the unrest and manpower shortage.
Yeah.
The unrest is crazy.
What is going on here?
All right, let me do some rearranging again. All right. Everyone should update their vote counts.
Okay, I did update my vote counts.
So I got 3.
Oh, there's something incoming. Something proposes a assassination here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I know what he's doing. All right. That's why you didn't change your fact. Sorry, Eric. Assassination. Yeah, there's assassination markers on the right. You can indicate which guy you're going to be assassinating.
And he plays a card, is he? Now would be the time later on, maybe if you have some cards which are appropriate. But let's see.
I don't have any
Sorry,
cards
Eric.
to.
Sorry, Eric.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what his plan here
Actually,
is.
for the
Just like-
bodyguard card, the secret bodyguard, you don't need to play it immediately. You can wait and see.
That's true.
Emilius is the assassin, the new guy. All right. No effect. Oh, he has an assassin card plus 1. Oof. Yeah, 1 away. I didn't see the assassin card. All right. Exciting.
Declare an assassination as well.
Uh-oh.
Oh, interesting now.
Or just like launching gangs at each other in the forum.
Yes,
All right,
I see.
I'm gonna kill Plautius here.
Okay.
Is this Plautius you're doing?
Yeah, I'll use Furious, my faction leader.
Which-
I think that's the
Yeah.
best move.
Which senator? Yeah, because you would keep him, yeah, with Plautius. Yeah, it's actually better.
Yeah, I'm also using an assassin card.
Ooh.
Oof. Oof.
Play that out.
All right. And here I go.
Oh, nice. Oof.
Boom.
Ouch, ouch.
Good night.
Boom,
Ouchie. Ouchie, boom, ouchie.
So you get for betraying my faction, Plautius.
Oh my gosh.
Actually, Plautius goes to the Curia.
Ouchie, boom,
That was
ouchie.
short-lived.
Yeah, that was short-lived. He was, oh my gosh, okay. Too much power.
Yeah.
Well,
And he
all
lost
right.
a ton of money on him, or what? No.
He had 10 talent, not a ton,
okay,
but
not a ton. Okay.
definitely probably wasn't a pleasant experience.
No, that's true. If it would happen to me, I would be sorry too.
All right. So nicely done, Eric. Hey, Chris, or not Chris, Alex, did you pay your 1 talent to Chris? You made a note here.
No, he didn't play. Sorry, he didn't play his Manpower Shortage.
Oh, okay. So then you want me to delete that?
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
but
that was
I
when
know.
Keith the
But
Priest.
I gave you the Pontifex Maximus. Come on, and you didn't do anything for me. So
Not. All right. So it's already been an exciting Senate phase.
yeah, and
without
you
any
didn't.
proposals.
Yeah, and you didn't play. And you didn't play the Manpower. The law card. So you got the Pontifex for free, actually. So Chris, nothing to complain there, Chris. You hadn't to play the card. You didn't play the card, so you wouldn't do it. So okay, then. Yeah, I know. But the thing is,
So I would like to point out that we technically have 3 active wars. I think and because we have a manpower shortage, we need to have as good a military as we can. I think the time for a dictator is at hand.
wait a minute. Could
Oh
you
yeah, you're
propose
right.
it?
You're right. You're right.
Who is
I
the
cannot
proposer?
propose it. I'm just speaking. I just
okay.
making some points. So I think that we would be best served if Pompeius were to become dictator. He would be certainly willing to make a good military guy, and I think the obvious candidate would be Aemilius Manus, his master of horse, and he's got Pompey has a low influence. He would be in influence danger territory.
Okay.
That's my thoughts on the matter.
Are you using a tribune to propose this, or you're just suggesting?
No, I'm just suggesting this to the censor, and I would be willing to support Licinius as a consul, and one of my guys is consul, and then together we could make Pompey the dictator. That's what I'm thinking.
I can agree to that. I also want some concessions. Because once you're dictator, like, you control the Senate, right?
True. So I have no problem with that. Do you want the Egyptian grain?
Sure. Egyptian grain.
No, but you take the Egyptian grain and tax farmer, and I take the harbor fees.
Okay. And provinces will be just give the bad ones to the neutrals, and then
You have one that you're interested
and
in?
then to give the good ones to players. That's right. Okay, I can agree to this. The censor will appoint.
Nominate.
Sorry.
Appoint.
Nominate.
I will appoint everyone.
No, I don't want him.
Ultimate
Some
power.
one of these guys. Let's make Porcius.
Already full dictatorial powers. I appoint. I appoint this guy and this guy.
There you go.
we have to let consuls first. Okay.
There you go.
Okay. So yeah, you can nominate whoever you want. I'm gonna do Licinius. Isn't actually. Yeah, I'll do Licinius. Okay, Licinius and that guy. Porcius.
All right. What's the voting order?
Sure you want Porcius? Okay. All right. Annis, how do you vote? Yes.
Thinking. Hold on.
A veto or something.
Veto.
All right. Since the gods don't favor this point, who do you want instead?
That guy.
Bilius? Okay. This is a new proposal. Manus, how do you vote?
Nay.
I'll vote. Luna, how do you vote?
I'm not in Rome, so I cannot vote actually.
I won't even.
You're not Luna, though. Yes,
I
for
won't
Luna.
even.
I wasn't asked.
Luna votes yes.
Okay. I'm gonna just say you always abstain or something. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, okay, I will abstain.
You remember how I was doing it before? I would vote with 0 votes.
I can stay on abstain all the time here. Okay.
All right, the proposal passes.
Sweet.
I have. Do you have a preference on which council you would like?
I think I should get Major.
And we're agreeing to make Pompey the dictator, correct?
Yes. Yes, we are.
Okay, so then yeah, you can have the mayor. That's fine. Give yourself 5 influence. All right.
Right. So does this pass without a vote? I mean,
Yeah, it's just you and I have to agree to it.
okay. All hail Pompey, save us from.
All hail Pompey. Indeed. Don't forget, actually, I don't think it really matters.
But don't forget that you need a good popularity guy in Rome because of the unrest. If
he has good popularity.
Speech. Yeah, but he will be May will be in the field.
Oh, you're right.
And your guy who is the mayor has 2 popularity. Okay, at least something.
That's something enough.
All right. I need to appoint a master of horse. I need to get the dictator token out. I don't think we have it on the board. Let me get that and the Master of Horse.
Oops. Was there a round where we do not have? Could you now appoint a dictator?
Can I appoint a dictator? Yes, we have 3 active wars.
No. What I wanted to say is, isn't it the case that we had so many rounds now with dictators? So we had so many rounds with dictators, right?
Previous rounds, previous sessions. Not today, but yeah, the last one we had a couple, because we had all those provinces in revolt because of the internal disorder. So I appoint Aemilius of Manus, my Master of Horse. Aemilius, you get 3 influence for that.
Is it balanced that the Senate can get a dictator and the rebels can't? That seems like unfair advantage for Rome.
I think the same. It's so unfair to me.
I don't think so, but in general, and obviously it's good right now for Rome, but in general, I don't think. I mean, I guess I could see an argument. I mean, if you have a secondary command guy, wouldn't you be able to add his military or something?
Yeah,
that would be really fair.
He assigns, so Caesar loses a priesthood. It's meant to favor Rome not falling. Yeah. So Caesar, did you hear that? You lost your priesthood. I don't think it really matters to you.
Wouldn't I have lost it anyway? Sorry.
I don't know. Okay. Oops! I forgot to bring in my provinces. Sorry, guys. Into the forum because I ended my term. All right, it's getting crowded in the forum. Let me do some more rearranging.
Yeah, just so you know, commander's military rating cannot be greater than the strength of his army. So,
yes, good point. All right, so we have some provinces we need to fill. We have 6 provinces to fill. Do we have enough markers? We've got baby blues. We've got dark blue. We've got red. We've got yellow. We've got green. And I think I might have an orange one. Let's see if I don't have an orange one. So what we'll do is
maybe sponsor and co-sponsor.
Yeah.
Because it has different names on it, so you wouldn't. So it has no not nominee on it, so you wouldn't.
Right. Or I could just do. I've got another idea. Let's do the yellow one. Copy. Paste. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Thought I copied the right thing. Copy. Paste. And then I will give it an aura, or I'll tint the color to purple. Let's see what that does. There we go. All right. I'm going to throw the unaligned guys up in the area on the right, upper right. I'm going to nominate him the Bithynia. That guy to that one. That guy to that one. So right now, this is a suggestion. So if people want to raise objections to it, I am willing to entertain that.
Censor. Or
Your
censor's
guy.
not pointed.
Yeah, is this guy still? The piece got
just
moved.
stays?
I just moved it. He stays censor until we. Oh, we didn't elect the censor. I'm sorry. I'm jumping ahead. I'm jumping ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, but let it stay there because let's
Yeah.
see if we get something problematic, and if not, we can continue with this or not.
No, I'm going to put it back.
Okay.
My apologies. So I'll leave it there. All right, censor. We have, I think, one eligible candidate. We only have one senator in Rome who has a prior council.
It's my guy again.
Your
Isn't
guy.
it then an automatic appointment?
Automatic appointment, correct.
Okay.
Because you couldn't veto it. You cannot veto an automatic appointment.
Correct. Yeah.
Only an assassination could.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Give yourself 5 influence.
Can I do prosecutions during a dictatorship?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, I can. Let's see here.
And don't forget that you can fine somebody with the fine ability. And actually, you can fine it at any time. You are not bound. I guess so. Right?
It's only on returning governors, right? I think.
On returning governors,
Yeah.
Let me see
returning governor.
Let me see the Calpurnian law. What does the text say? Once per turn during the Senate phase, you are not bound to your prosecution phase. By the way, only saying, once per turn during the Senate phase. Because it's not a prosecution. It's not a prosecution. You can do it at any time you want.
Fair point.
I'll wait for what Chris has to say. Okay.
Yeah, only but he can do it at any time he wants because it doesn't count as a prosecution, Chris, and therefore he can do it at any time. Yeah.
That's an interesting point, though. It doesn't explicitly say it has to be a standing court for governor. The censor can now fine any one corrupt governor of Rome.
But it follows from the phrase that it is not counted as a prosecution.
But what I'm thinking is, before councils are elected, or before the censor is elected, the current acting censor could find a corrupt governor, and then we elect a new censor, and then that censor could find someone.
Yeah, if the censor didn't make, let me see.
If it wasn't the same one.
The censor can now find anyone. No, as long as he is censor, he can fine him, and then the next one can fine him too. Implement the fine too, because as long as the one guy holds this power, he can do it at any time. And if he didn't use it the round before, and he can do it before another censor is being elected, he could do this then. And then another censor could also use this power once per turn, right? Am I correct? This is my understanding of the card.
I think it's correct.
But okay. So actually, you could fine twice, right? If he would have used it before. Sorry, if he would have used it before, he could have fined twice.
I think it would need to be two different censors. But yes, there could be two.
No, it is only because the office is appointed, right? Or not?
I don't think it matters if it's appointed or not.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good question, though. I don't know. I have to read more about this then.
Okay, so Can he fine in addition to prosecutions?
Yes.
I guess he could.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it's not a prosecution. It's not a prosecution. It's a fine.
I don't know if there's anyone to prosecute here. Some corrupt people. Okay. I will pass on prosecuting anyone.
All right.
Yeah, just pass. Back to the dictator.
Back to the dictator. All right. So before I jumped ahead earlier, sorry, we'll do this guy. Now, Chris and Eric, are there any provinces you are interested in?
I'll take Cisalpine Gaul.
Cisalpine Gaul. Gallia Cisalpina, the pink one. Go ahead and put it on whichever senator you prefer.
Okay. Tullius.
There'll be one fine per Senate phase. All this debate is purely academic right now. I'd take that to Asia or Bithynia upon if that take. Okay. All right. All right. Asia. Oops, that's not the nominee marker I wanted to use. That's the Asia one. Where'd they go? There it is. And then I'll take Bithynia. That leaves these. That is the proposal. Faction of Solas, how do you vote?
Let's see. It's Asia. Okay. Sure.
Please assign your votes accordingly. All right. Faction of Manus, how do you vote? Faction of Luna votes yes. All right. Everybody grab your provinces. Move your senators, all that jazz. I'll take care of the unaligned ones. Set your turn marker to 1 if it isn't already. And then update your votes. Mm-hmm. All right. What do we got now? We got some concessions we don't need those. If you have corrupt markers, we forgot to take those off if you didn't already. All right. Concession. Eric, are you okay with that distribution of concessions?
Oh, Tullius gets both of them? Those two? Okay. Sure.
All right, that's the proposal. The harbor fees to Gaius Pompeius, the Egyptian grain and tax farmer to Tullius of Solas. Faction of Manus, how do you vote? Five votes no. Faction of Solas, how do you vote?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Proposal passes. All right, I'm gonna use the red one. The red ones are cooler. Oh, look at this empty forum. All right, we have the issue of the rebels. The rebel Gaius Julius Caesar and his lackey Papirius. We don't need to build any fleets. We do need to build some legions. I'm thinking, so what do we have? We don't know what his military rating is, Gaius. We don't know how good he's going to be on the day.
You can assume an average of 3.5.
3.5 would be the average, so that would give him
only be
4.
This would
Actually,
only
4.5.
No, sorry, Eric.
Yeah,
this would only
4.5,
be
right.
sensible to do your math this way if you would roll over all a long time. It's an average, but actually we don't.
Right. We don't know.
Statistically, it doesn't work that way because.
Well, for planning, as good as we can do.
For planning purposes.
Okay. For planning.
Assume 2 to be safe. I think that's a fair point. So if he's a 2, then that's plus the Master of Horse would be a plus 4 there, so plus 6.
Yeah, 2 is safe.
Caesar has a rating of 6, plus 8 is 10, plus 2 more from Papyrus is 12. So that's my math. So anybody disagree with that?
What do you count? Sorry.
12. Basically, is 6 plus 8. Actually, no, it's 14, 16. Wait, 6 plus 8 is 14. Yeah, 16. 6 plus 8 is 14, plus another 2 is 16. All right. And right now, if we assume a 2 for Pompey Magnus, then it's 6, 7, 8 for the veteran, 12. So it'd be at a -4 right now without spending any money.
Yeah. But remember this. Points. I'll just copy and paste in chat. So, yeah.
There's something about that, I think, on the Statesman card.
Pretty sure, like, you guys have been ignoring
on the
this.
Statesman card, it says military is a 2 when considering minimum force requirements.
But minimum force requirement is only to send him away to war.
Right.
But it has nothing to do with what Eric cited.
Right. I think on the Statesman card itself for Pompey Magnus, it's covering that, Eric. So we have to spend at least 2. We have to send at least 2 legions to get the full benefit of Pompey Magnus.
No, what he is saying is, if you only send 2 legions, you couldn't get his command so high. You need at least.
See what I'm saying?
You need
like they can only 7. They can.
Right or not? Is it what you are trying
to say? Are you talking for? Yeah, where are you applying this, Eric? What's your thinking?
I'm just saying, like, generally, I think you guys know about this rule, right? Like, you can.
Yes,
you can't,
I know about the rule, but how are you? So then, what are you saying? We need to send at least.
I'm just saying, like, if you don't send enough legions, then the military won't benefit.
You cannot get the optimal out of Pompey.
That's what I'm saying.
I think that's true. Yeah.
But if you look at the Statesman card for Pompey, because what that rule you're describing, Eric, is the minimum force requirements rule.
No, I think he cites something else.
No, rule 1.10.11 is
this is for combat role.
Land battles. Land battles may only be fought if enough fleets are present. In land battles, the commander adds his military rating to the strength of his army. Army strength equals the number of legions in the army, with veteran legions counting double. The points added by the commander's military rating cannot be greater than the strength of his army. From this, he subtracts the land strength number.
That's what he means.
Yeah. But I believe okay, so then if we send at least 7 legions,
you need 7 in order to have the best possible getting out of him.
And we've got 5, which means building or getting only 2 more legions. I plan on getting more than that. Because I'm thinking we need to get 7, or we can only get 6 legions. Yeah, Chris build 6. Chris seems to support that. And Eric, that would get you 12 talents because of your armaments concession.
Yeah, military industrial complex is always in favor of recruiting more soldiers.
I propose that we build 6 legions. The intent being to send them and the dictator and a master force and all the other forces to fight the Civil War. Faction of Solas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Faction of Madness, how do you vote? Luna votes yes. All right, so I'll take care of that leaves us with 18. And 18 total. And then that gives us 10. I propose sending the dictator. Actually, wait. Do we think it wise to do a level 2 land bill? We could have the Consul Mayor. Here's what I'm thinking. You guys let me know if you are okay with this. Pompey Magnus would be the sponsor. And what's his name? Like Licinius of Solas would be the co-sponsor.
Okay.
All right, so that's the proposal. Level 2 Lamb Bill. Let me use the sponsor, co-sponsor things. I made them, so I may as well use them. Sponsor, co-sponsor. Faction of Solas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Faction of Manus, how do you vote? I don't think you get your battle influence, but that's all right. I vote yes as well. That will lower the unrest by 2. 1, 2. That'll give the co-sponsor 1 popularity and the sponsor 2 popularity. All right, and we're done with those. Now I propose sending the dictator Pompey Magnus and his master of horse, Aemilius of Manus, at the command of all of our legions, 10 legions, 1 veteran legion, to fight his former brother, now traitor, Gaius Julius Caesar, and his lackey Papirius. So using the markers. Faction of Solas, how do you vote?
The plus 2. Okay. Yes. Okay.
Faction of Manus, how do you vote? And I vote yes as well. The Senate is adjourned. All right, exciting. I'll put my forces in the edge of the active wars area. Let me arrange some stuff here. Taking the master force with me. All right, combat phase. You ready, Eric? Alex?
Yes.
All right. This will be fun, won't it?
How to proceed?
All right,
is the question now. No?
So
right?
First thing we need to do is determine Pompey's military ability.
Yes.
So it's 1d6 plus 1, rolling 1d6 now. You got a 4, goes to 5. 5 plus the Master of Horse is 9. Plus the regular legions is 19. Plus the veteran is 21. Write that down. 21. We determined 16 before, I think was the number. So 6 for Caesar, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That gives me a plus 5. Rome does the dice rolling.
First,
Alex,
right?
you're hoping.
Or not?
Say again? No. There's a 1 die roll.
Yeah, okay.
There's 1
because
die roll.
You are the attacker, right?
Yeah. It's just from the point of view of Rome. Let me get the tables out. So a +5, you're hoping obviously for a bad roll. There are no disasters, stalemate, or standoffs. So do you agree with my math before we roll?
So you have what? Again, a 5
21.
on your
5 for Pompey.
4 plus 4 for them, 9, right?
Yep.
20.
And then plus.
Yeah.
So 9 plus 12, basically.
9 plus 12. Yeah, that's 21. Okay.
It's 21.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. See.
And you have 16.
Yeah. And you have a +5 then.
All right. Rolling 3d6. That's a 9. I believe that's a victory. 9 plus 5 is a 14, which is just enough for a victory. How do we do losses?
I will lose all my forces or not?
Both sides take them. Okay, so both sides take 4 and 4. Is that right? I think that's right.
Wait a minute.
4 on each, yeah.
A victory is okay.
Yeah. So let's look at. Can you cite a rule for that, Chris? It's kind of weird, yeah. It's like you take double. Is that end of the revolution? Combat resolution. This is the attacker and the rebel defender. Actually, Julius Caesar should only be a +5 because he only has 5 legions.
No, his strength is isn't it counted by the strength of the army?
That's the strength. So
strength of the army.
Is 10, not
fair. That's fair. That's fair. The strength of his force. You're right. If both the master and heretic declare rebels, no. Any combat losses called for by the are applied to both armies, except in any defeat the rebel force suffers no losses. Can affect either commander. Okay, so yes, so basically you lose 4 veterans. Let's randomly determine which veteran stays for Caesar. So I'm going to roll 1d5, and we'll do it in that order. 1d5. Did it roll? Oops. What just happened? Slash roll 1d5. 4. The 4th one. Thank you. Okay, so it just took a while for it to register. So these veteran markers all go away. So this veteran stays. And then we need to roll to determine if the veteran that was with Pompey survives or not. So I'm going to roll 1d11, and if it's a 1, then it'll be the veteran. Taking a while for it. It's 1, of course. Nice. So the veteran dies. That means we lose 3 regulars, so that goes to 7. Choose that. One of them becomes a veteran. So then that makes there's 6 regular. We'll use the 3rd because I don't think anybody else has the 3rd in play because of the ones that were disbanded. So for those of you who have, Gaius and Caesar and Papirius will both die. This veteran will stay. We got a victory, so the unrest goes down by 1. We forgot to factor in unprosecuted wars in our unrest determination. What else? So This stuff is gone. You don't have a faction leader anymore. Or do you keep that guy? You lose that. You lose that.
Shouldn't I be able
You
to
lose
keep
that.
the Julius card?
The Julius card is the family card underneath there?
I don't know.
I don't think
Okay.
the Julius family card has ever come into
Then
play
I
yet.
cannot keep it, right? Okay.
The question is whether you keep the Papirius card because he's your faction leader. Only an assassination price. So then, yeah, you keep this.
No. Where's the Julius card actually?
That's not the Julius card. That's the Papirius card.
Yeah, Papyrus. I keep Papyrus in Rome now, or what?
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay.
His descendant has taken over. Presumably, he's loyal to in Rome. How much influence and popularity does Pompey Magnus get? So he loses 2 popularity for lead forces lost. We haven't actually done the death chit, so let's do that. 1, 2. I lost the popularity. So he lost 4 units, so I need to draw 4 mortality chits. This affects both Pompey and the Master of Horse. Shuffling the deck. So Pompey is number 30, and Emilius is number 19, drawing 4 times. 19, the Master of Horse is dead.
Oh.
Second draw. 29, the arrow goes flying by Pompey Magnus, but doesn't quite hit. 26, another arrow goes flying by.
No, okay, sorry.
Pompey is 30.
Used to be 30.
Fourth and final draw. 23. All right. All right. So then, what does it say about Senate victory? A result of victory means the revolt has failed, all rebel senators are killed, and all surviving rebel legions and fleets are returned. So those return. Lower the unrest level by 1. We did that. The commander of the Senate's army increases both his popularity and influence by an amount equal to half of the strength number of the defender he defeated. Round up. A rebel is considered defeated if all his friends. So the strength number we had was a 16.
Correct.
Is that the number?
Correct.
Or is it this? Yeah.
So
Is it the legions?
Of my army. It was
shit. Okay.
It's 16, right?
So he gets 8 influence.
The Senate commander, unless the losses were a result of victory. What did Chris put something in the chat? Yes, he agrees with the 16. So my popularity goes to a 9 because I can't go higher than 9. That puts his influence at 20.
Just shy of 21.
Just shy. All right. No other goodies for the state. Pompey gets the number 3 veteran legion marker. That's the one I chose. Oh, where's that one? For legions, that is. All right. Pompey will decide to. I'll do it while I'm thinking about it. Disband the.
Are we officially in the
veteran
revolution phase or what?
Yeah, I'm just doing it now so I don't forget. So yeah, we're in revolution phase. Unless there's anything else combat phase wise we need to do.
So is it possible that a senator who defeated a rebel army could then also rebel, or what?
Rebel? Yes. Yeah, he's victorious commander.
Yeah, that's true. Interesting.
Do I want to do that? Yeah, that's what I want to do. I don't have any fleets, so I can't do those other ones. Well, I could. I don't have any fleets there.
You could do the roll at least. for the legions.
No, I'm not gonna.
Okay, whatever.
I'm not going to. I don't have the money to.
That's true. You
support
don't have the
them.
money.
Excuse me. I'm loyal to the Senate. See, this is what should have happened in history, but historically, Pompey rolled a 1 on that determined his military rating because he got his butt
historically.
handed.
Sorry.
When he was fighting Caesar, he didn't do so well.
Yeah, the thing is, I was too idiotic not to rebel with Achilles. Then I could have maybe.
Yeah, it would have been
used his
different.
funds
Different,
and
certainly
so
a different
on.
outcome. Mm-hmm.
Should have moved around to wars to farm a bunch of veteran legions.
That's another approach too. Yeah,
Yeah.
because you get 2 for every war with Caesar.
Historically, Caesar would have like 8 veteran legions or something.
Right.
I was so
Chris
close.
is typing them. But we could have recalled him too. Yeah, definitely we could have recalled him.
Oh.
Yeah. All right. So revolution phase. Actually, before we do that, those of you who have the first is the owner of the first. Are there any senators who have disbanded legions, and do those legions still exist?
Sorry, good
Servilia.
question. Achilles, you mean Achilles?
Well, no, they disbanded them, so they wouldn't have been purchased anyways. You have the 4th legion. Yeah. The legions would have been disbanded. So yeah, if you have an alliance marker, Achilles, you disbanded your guys, so you're fine. So what numbers does Achilles have?
What do you
Mind
mean?
flipping those over here? What
okay, sorry.
legions does he have that he disbanded?
It is the 5th, which was and the other. Let me see. The 5th and the 6th.
Okay. All right, so we're fine there. So yeah, revolution phase. Let me see. Let me check something. I start us off. I am not marching on Rome.
But actually, it's not true that you couldn't have enough money, because if you would take all the other guys as secondary rebels, you would have their money. No, only saying.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Well, when you bring that up,
it's still not enough.
The treasury is low.
You'll be defeated by another dictator. Revolting's like really difficult. You have to defeat a bunch of wars, farm legions, and so they can't get a dictator as well.
He should have been moved up to.
What did you? Yeah. Sorry, Chris. What did you mean with thanks, Alex? What? I don't understand.
4th Legion.
He should be on 1.
4th Legion.
No, I'll what do I have?
Why not pointing this out? I wouldn't want to fight against an enemy which isn't equipped with all his best abilities. That's only, I think, the funniest way to play.
The active wars. No, I'm not going to march on Rome.
Okay.
So then this goes back. And then he comes back. And then I wanted to finish checking something. I am going to play a card. L. Cornelius Sulla. I don't see the Cornelius card in play.
Cornelius.
Sulla.
It's not in play, right? I don't see.
Yeah, I don't see him.
Cornelius.
And I'm done with my revolution phase.
It's me then, right?
Correct.
Okay. I play 2 cards.
2 cards, wow. Land Commissioner, you've been banking on that Land Commissioner probably for a long time, I bet.
Getting all to Achilles, I'm done.
Great. I don't do anything. Pass.
Chris. Nothing here. All right. I propose we take a short break. Actually, Alex, are you able to continue?
Yeah, let's continue for the next phase, right?
Okay. So then let's take a short break. Got us back. Welcome back, Chris.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back. Gang's all here.
Ah, yeah. So,
All right. Let's do the mortality phase. Get the deck out, shuffle it. Drawing a chit. 26.
6?
Not me. 26.
26.
26.
It's Octavius, I guess. In Africa.
Yep. Africa. Yes. Octavius of Africa. All right. Now the fun revenue phase. So, oops, that's not it. So how many legions we have now? We have 7 or 8? 7 in one fleet. 7 legions. I'm going to move this over there. 7 legions in one fleet. We have a Type 2 land bill. We have 2 active wars. We have a drought. We have evil omens. No. Pontifex still Manus of Manus. All right. Faction of Aquila. How many senators do you have? 2? Alex, you there?
Sorry, I do have 2. Yes, sorry.
2 senators. How many knights?
No
Knights.
No knights.
You have a faction leader.
I do have a faction leader, yes.
What? You have the mining concession still?
I do have the mining concession.
Well, you have a mining concession. What else?
The land commissioner and the tax farmer.
Which one?
6.
Tax farmer 6. What? And you have the province of Hispania Ulterior.
Yes. Developed.
You gonna take spoils?
I will take spoils, yeah.
All right, Manus. Alex, can you help me with this, please? I have Manus has 4 senators. Is that correct?
No, 1 died. He has 3 now. I see.
3. How many knights does he have?
3 knights.
3 knights. Okay. He has a faction leader, I presume.
Yes, Servilius. Mm-hmm.
He has no concessions. Is that correct?
No, I don't see any.
He does not have Africa because that senator just died.
Yes.
So he's not taking spoils. What provinces does he have? Gallia Narbonensis?
Yeah, right. And he has it developed.
Mm-hmm.
And he has Asia not developed. And don't forget that he has the Pontifex Maximus.
Is Asia developed?
No, it's not developed.
All right, I confirm the Pontifex Maximus. And is Chris going to take spoils? I presume yes, but I want to make sure.
All spoils, yeah, he says.
All spoils. All right. Faction of Solas. I see. Does he have 5 senators?
Yes, I
Yes. 5.
How many knights?
3.
I've got 3 knights. All right. Faction leader, I presume. He has the Egyptian grain, I believe. And which tax farmer?
I have 1 and 4.
Solas. Eric, we have a drought in effect. Do you want to take extra money from your Egyptian grain? You do at the cost of popularity, I think.
I will not do that.
Okay. I have for provinces. I don't think you have Bithynia anymore. Is that correct? I think I have that now.
I have Cisalpine, Gaul, and Sicily, and I'll take spoils from both. Actually, you know what? I will take. I will do the drought thing.
All right. So Cisalpine Gaul, you said you have Solas, taking spoils. You are going to do a drought draft. So you have Sicily and Cisalpine Gaul, Gallia Cisalpina.
Yep.
Okay. And they're both improved or developed, I think. Yes. All right. For me, for Luna, I have 6 senators. How many knights do I have? 2 still? I've done great on the knights. Faction leader. What concessions? I think I have harbor fees. Yeah. Harbor fees. Goes to Luna. What provinces do I have? I have Bithynia. Why is Bithynia? Wasn't Bithynia improved?
Yeah, it's been improved for a long time.
And how did it get flipped?
Did something happen to Bithynia?
What is going on with Bithynia? That's fine. I'm doing the wrong thing. Yeah, I thought it had improved. All right. Bithynia Pontus is mine. And Luna. And then what else? Hispania Citerior. Luna improved. That's it for Luna in terms of provinces. I am taking spoils from both of them. Saving the game. Generating details. Copying to Roll20. All right. Updating the chat now. All right. State gets 81. Aquila gets 16. Luna gets 24. Manus gets 21. Solas gets 40. 4-0. Also, you need Crassus. I think you already have
I need to double that to 80.
You already have crap.
Holder of the Egyptian grain loses 1 popularity. Reminder. No provinces were improved. All right. So let's do the state. Oops, I don't want to go there. So 81.99. All right, and then so the state income has been updated.
Shall I do the neutral ones with the forces
Yes,
and so on?
please. That would be great.
I will do it. Yeah, I take care of them.
Thank you.
And this
All
one
right.
goes up to 1 by 1. He gets 1. Let me see. We can get these forces. Let me see. Put this one, yeah.
Lost somebody. But I think they might have come back. Oh, we lost Chris, and he's back. Don't forget to mark your guys corrupt as appropriate. Is that Chris?
Yeah.
Welcome
Audio.
to the audio portion of the game. Your roommates must sleep in.
Yeah, I think he came back at like 6 a.m. this morning.
I'm sure he appreciates you not talking too loud. I am done with my... Am I?
Yeah, I'm good with revenue.
I'm done with revenue too. So
I'm done.
Actually, I'm going to do one more thing. All right, now I don't have revenue. All right, so that's revenue. State's already taken care of. Alex, you did the terms for the governor and bought their provinces unaligned.
yeah, I did all
Forum
things for the
phase.
neutrals.
Double check the. Let's see where people are at money wise. Ooh, what's his face with the blatant open bodyguard there? Have you been paying for that each turn, Chris?
Yeah, I have.
Remember to do that? Okay.
He lost 3 popularity.
Yeah,
Back
it's a
to
cool
the Shadow
card.
Realm.
Exactly, the shadow. All right. Interesting. Should be an interesting turn. Starting the forum phase goes with me, rolling 2d6. Not a 7. Let me bring the deck out. Dealing myself a card. What is that? The Second Cataline Conspiracy.
Oh no.
Exactly.
What does this do?
All right. This is a fun little late Republic thing. The HRAO must immediately suppress a plot against the state. He names the offending faction, which cannot be his own, and draws 1d6 mortality chits. Those belonging to the named faction die. Regardless of the outcome, the HRA loses 1 popularity for each chit drawn. All right. So, who is our offending faction?
And it is Pompey who must do it.
Pompey
right?
is yes, this is Pompey who is naming the offending faction.
I think
Pompey defeats
Aquila
Caesar. He comes
has
back to
already
Rome
betrayed
and
the
just
Republic.
there's a coup.
Aquila is the obvious choice for betraying the Republic.
They already betrayed the Republic earlier, so I think they're the ones doing it again this time.
Solas.
I tend to
Any
agree with that
thoughts?
sentiment. They just need
You
to
agree
just
with
wipe
that
them out. Finish them.
Any faction that's not my faction, right?
Yeah.
I think that the true puppet master.
But consider
I think
that your chances to get one of mine killed is lower because the other factions do have more senators. So right.
yes, I think the true puppet masters, those behind the. I think the faction of Aquila was just duped into the. I think it's really the faction of Solas. Bum bum bum. I named this faction of Solas as the evil conspirators against the state. Let me draw the mortality deck here. So these are now chit draws for any of the senators in faction of Solas. I'm going to put the chits down in the Solas area, down here. I'm going to shuffle it up good.
Or
So
roll
this
1d6.
Oh yeah, I got to roll 1d6. Thank you. 4. So 4 chit draws. Chit number 1 is none. Chit number 2 is 5, which is awful close to manliest, but not quite close enough. Somebody put something in the chat.
That's just the numbers, so.
Oh, okay. Third chit draw, 26. It's awful close to Tullius, but not close enough. And then last, fourth and final chit, maybe 11. Nothing.
It would have been only Papyrus, and then I would have got him back.
Oh, you're.
If this
Yeah,
drawn
if it
would
had
have
been
been
you.
against my faction.
All right, so we hide the
Don't forget
mortality
to
deck.
deduct the popularity.
Pompey loses 4 popularity. I got that in the other game too. All right. So
they use 8 popularity though, because of Pompey's trait.
Yes,
was it?
Right?
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
It
true.
is actually.
It's true. Hey, good
Double
reminder.
spot. Oh, wow. Ouch.
Wow. Hey, good
Did you
reminder.
get-
I never thought about this now.
Good call. That's not good for Rome.
No, it's not.
All right. Persuasion attempts. So actually, Catalan conspiracy is discarded. Oops, right there. I will attempt to persuade Fulvius, the underlined senator, Pompey Magnus will. He's got a 23, 20, and 21 because of his disbanded. So 21 plus 3 is 24. 24 minus 8 is 16. I'm at a 16 right now. Alex, do you want to counter bribe?
No.
Eric, do you want to counter bribe?
I will not counter bribe.
Chris, do you want to counter bribe?
No.
Rolling 2d6. 6 is rolled, successful. I'm going to leave that little marker in the forum area in case we need it. I will spend 5 on a knight, or not 5, but 4 on a knight from Pompey. So he goes to 16. Rolling 1d6. Jesus, that's twice I've gotten that now. Not changing my faction leader. Do I want to sponsor games?
You sponsor games, I'll sponsor games. If you don't,
Who's going to do the sponsoring?
on my side,
Yeah.
Coleus, probably.
Okay. Do we have a non-aggression pact on persuasion attempts?
I guess so. The good of Rome for this turn.
All right. Pompey will sponsor level 2 games, which is 13. That lowers the unrest by 2. And up. So that means his popularity goes up to 5.
Yes, that's true.
This is actually the first time I've ever had Pompey in all the times I played. And that is my turn. Done.
So it's
Roll 2d6, Alex.
Yeah, it's my turn. It's a 10. It's not a 7. Draw 1. Second Gallic War. Is it inactive then, I guess, right? Or what?
Correct. It is inactive.
Oh, but there's Vercingetorix though.
Oh yeah, he activates it.
But it's
Vercingetorix. What does it say? Second Gallic inactive until attacked. Yeah. Yeah, if
That's
there's a leader, it
not-
activates
sorry,
him.
didn't. Okay.
It's been a combat-heavy game.
I will not make any. So okay, I can try to make a roll on a knight, right? A free.
Yes.
But I will make no persuasion attempts. So make a free knight roll doesn't work. So I will sponsor games with Achilles, level 2 for 13.
You can sponsor games when you're outside of Rome?
That's true.
Okay. I couldn't remember.
Do you want to? Shall I? Let me see.
What's it say? That would be forum sponsoring games. It doesn't say you can't.
Let me see. I will.
A senator need not be in Rome to sponsor games. 1.07.6, so that's perfectly fine.
Yeah. Okay. I will sponsor games with Achilles. Level 2, right?
It's 13.
Yeah, 13, right? I deducted the money and get 2 popularity plus, right? It goes
Correct.
to 4, and the unrest level has to Go.
I got the unrest level.
Okay.
Down to a 2. Look at that.
Yeah, I'm done.
Eric, roll 2d6.
Right? Be good. Let's be Crassus. Okay, it's not Crassus.
Oh no.
Okay.
Eric's so disappointed.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna change my faction leader. That's right.
Yeah, now you will change.
It's the best way to learn.
Asinius, okay. Tullius will host games. 13. The unrest goes to 0.
I'll get the unrest. Look at that. They love the current administration.
And
Defeats the Civil War, ousts conspirators, conspirators.
yeah. I guess I'll just roll. Spend 3 on a knight for Asinius. Okay, I got it.
Nice.
That's it.
All right, Chris.
All right, rolling 2d6. Oop, sorry, I rolled it
7.
twice. It was lagging.
Oh, okay. The first one was an A. I see that.
That is a faction card. So, Eric, did you see my whisper? Can you confirm?
Oh yeah. I agree to that.
All right, we're good with that. All right, I will launch a persuasion attempt against Sola. With Servilius, he's got 5 oratory from the Legion, and 15 influence, so that's 20. Minus 22, I believe, on Sola.
Right.
And then, so I will spend I believe it's 11 to bring it up to 9, right?
Let's double check it. So 15 plus 5 is 20. Minus, I'm going to put the little marker next to them. So 20 minus 12, 22 puts you
12, yeah.
Puts you at
Sorry,
minus 2 before spending any money. Do we agree with that?
Right.
That's before spending money. So if you spend money to get it to a 9, that would be 11.
Right. I forgot the number, though, is 10 before the era ends. So I'll spend 12, actually.
So 12 would put it at a
10.
10. How much do you have left?
8.
I will spend from my faction treasury.
You guys factoring in that his loyalty is 0?
Oh, is it?
No, it's not 0.
Oh.
It's if the Maria Statesman card is in play. The Maria Statesman card is
Oh,
not
it has
in
to be
my
a statesman. Okay.
at 27A.
It reads like 5 if Marius is not in his faction, and 0 if Marius is in his faction.
Marius, the Statesman, 27A.
Yeah.
Right.
I will put. So you're at the 10. I will put. 8 in. Yeah, 8 in. Let me just update my... So that puts it at a 2. Alex, do you want to put anything?
No.
Eric, do you want to put anything?
Where's your defense?
Correct.
No. Thanks.
Chris?
Let's just spend 8 to bring it back to 10. Yes.
All right, I'll update the thing. All right, I will spend for my faction treasury 6. Brings it to a 4. Alex, do you want to spend anything?
No.
Eric, can I get you to spend 2?
No, I'm staying out of this one.
All right.
What kind of deal did Chris make you? Maybe I could sweeten it.
I'm not going to interfere.
All right. I think. All right. I'll roll 2d6 then.
All right.
I should have given Servilius more money.
I would have failed anyways. All right. Thank you. Come again.
Really
Nice
bad.
customer. Oh my gosh, now he has a ton of money on him. How much money do you have now? Let me count.
30.
What? No, overall, I mean.
Overall? On 30, 40, 53.
53, wow. Okay.
Oh yeah, and I'll get a knight on Servilius. No money spent. That's a 6. It passes.
Yeah, nice.
And then I think that will be all.
Excuse me. All right. On the 5th initiative, I will start the bidding at 5.
I will not bid.
Yeah, I'll pass on that.
Yeah, I'll pass.
It'll come from Sulla. Rolling 2d6. 5 is not a 7. Dealing myself a card. Oh, that's a fun little card. That's a keeper. Persuasion attempts. Can't persuade Aquila's guy because this is faction leader.
That's true.
That's true. Servilius is kind of light in cash right now.
He's a faction leader too.
He's a faction leader. Good call. All right.
Paulius is the only candidate, I think.
But yes, I heard it. Solas and I came to an agreement. All right. No persuasion attempts. Knight. I will spend I will do a straight up roll for a knight, spending no money. This will be for Pompey Magnus. No. Not changing my faction leader, not sponsoring games. Done. 6th and final initiative. I will bid $6.
Pass.
To Chris.
Or it'd be Alex first, right?
Alex can't
I
beat
can't.
that.
I can't beat
Oh yeah, yeah. Right.
So 7 to you, Chris.
I'll
Actually,
pass on that. Oh, go ahead.
I'll do 7. And
All
I
right,
can go.
7, no, 8 to. All right, so do
I'll pass.
7. Presumably from Junius.
Good. Hey, what happens if I draw ace? Okay, never mind. Here's what happens.
Black text has to. Yeah.
That's a Cornelius,
Yeah.
but Sola's already there, so
So-
he just goes.
Yeah, he goes to me.
Yeah. It
Exactly.
goes to him. Yeah. That's
Great.
Yeah, correct.
I'm glad you spent 7 talents on that.
Oh my god. You are very
Yeah.
You're benefiting from this round, no? Right? Money.
Yeah.
God.
Let me think here.
This is like turn 9, this game, isn't it?
I think so.
Wow, this is a long
Yeah.
game.
We're near the end.
Yeah, we got to be close to the end of the deck.
Do we play with the era end card?
I do not have an easy way to do that in roll 20 the way it's intended. So no, there is no era end card.
Okay.
Well,
And
at least you can't count here, so it's.
Yeah, there's
It's
no easy way to
fine.
count the deck either, I don't think. Unfortunately. I mean, I could look at the deck and look at the cards, but then I know what cards are in play, and I don't want to do that. All right, so anything else? Eric.
I guess I'll just roll for a knight on Junius. All right. And that's it.
All right, so let's do the Curia rolls now. So I'm going to start upper left, go down. So Octavius, Claudius, Aemilius, Claudius. Octavius, rolling 1d6. Yes. Plautius, rolling 1d6. No. Aemilius, rolling 1d6. Yes. Wow. A lot come out this session. Claudius. Yes, wow, look at that. It's almost as good as Eric's rolls. Alex, how are we on time for you? I know typically
Yeah,
you're the
let's
one who has
continue a
the
little
time
bit.
constraint.
No, it's fine now. Let's
So yeah,
make one.
we'd be going into the Senate phase. Is that all right? That tends to take a while.
Yeah, I see, but why not? Let's continue.
Let's do
I
it.
don't know
All right.
how is it for you guys? I don't know.
I can keep
I say we
playing.
finish the turn.
Yeah, let's finish
Sure.
the turn. Yeah, I would say so.
You all right with that, Chris?
Yeah, fine.
All right, let's do the population phase. So we've got 0 unrest. We got a +5 popularity.
We add 3 to that.
Thank you. +3 for actually, yeah, 3 good call because of the
We do have
drought
a drought, right? Yeah.
and unprosecuted wars.
Unprosecuted wars. Yeah. That's
So it turns out to be a +2 on the dice roll. Rolling 3d6, adding 2. 8 goes to
Awful.
9. 9 is +2 to the unrest level. No manpower shortage.
So Andre's level is going to 5. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Everyone update your votes. If you haven't
Done it
already.
already.
All right, everybody updated?
Yes.
Yeah.
You updated, Chris?
Yeah. Here.
All right. I nominate for councils. Let me get the nominate markers.
I think we should do something about Stella.
Nominate Apilius and Porcius for council. Faction of Manus, how do you vote?
Does anybody have a relevant card here?
What do you mean with?
Like the for an assassination here.
No.
All right. Alex, do you want to do it?
What?
Did you? Do you want to do it?
Why? Why?
Assassinate Stella.
Explain to me what is the danger currently? What I do I not see here?
Look at how much money he's got, and then the vote count as well.
Yeah, but he
We'll
cannot
bribe the
propose
consulships.
CFL or not. Do you think? You think he wants to appoint him dictator and then make a CFL proposal?
Yeah.
But then,
Yeah.
okay.
He doesn't even need dictator though, but he could, yeah.
No, wait. He needs 21 influence on Pompey,
Right.
He has 21.
and only then
Okay,
he can
yeah.
propose. Yeah, he has only 20 now.
Right.
But you think
with,
he will propose him as dictator then, right?
I mean, with both offices, it's guaranteed.
Okay. If
Can it be
you don't
vetoed?
have,
Can't you veto it?
then I will take it. Yeah.
No. Do it on
A dictator.
Alex, make
I was
him do it.
thinking-
Make him do it,
Actually,
Alex.
yeah.
Okay.
If you're gonna have anyone do it,
Yeah.
have him do it.
Yeah, that's true.
Don't
actually.
let him
You
strong
said,
arm you into doing it.
Chris, you said actually last time, you wouldn't, if you really see this game going to, that we will lose this game, you would also lose. You would do it for yourself or not now?
Right, but I'm the first person being called for a vote here, so I'll just vote no.
Well, the assassination attempt does not have to be done on your vote turn.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's
can do
only
it,
a
also
veto.
on the other
A
guys.
veto. Faction of Aquila, how do you vote?
I vote nay.
He's
Faction
got enough to
of
outvote us,
Solas,
no
how do you vote?
Okay, so
Wait, before it happens, Jeff. Yep. Okay, it has to happen before you vote, because otherwise
I
he'll
know.
get
That's why.
You need to get rid of his money.
See, he's wanting you guys to do it. I think you guys should make him do it.
Well, he has a lot to lose if he uses an assassin.
Do you not have? I don't have any card, but you guys do have 4 cards.
Right. That's why you're the best candidate, because you have nothing to lose.
No, you have 4 cards and you don't have an assassination.
What if we agree to pay you? What if we agree to pay you a lot of money?
The problem is there are no binding agreements. But
Okay, I pinky promise I'll give you 10 if you kill Sulla.
I'll match that. I'll also pay you 10, so you'll get 20 talents just for attempting it.
yeah, but guys, if you have an assassination card, it would be better to do it because you have the better chances.
Yeah, but I don't though.
Yeah, but we don't. Oh.
The Alex,
If you don't want to, you just
this
say.
is a classic move to get. You want some other guy to do some other chump to do the take the risk. That's what they want. They want you to do it.
But the thing is, I don't have so much risk because if I do it with.
But what are you getting out of it?
Yeah, that's the question because there are no binding agreements.
I would demand at least, but they've both been pretty good about sticking with their agreements.
I've never broken
I would demand a card, at least one card from both of them, maybe two, of your choosing.
I should.
Okay,
if it is really so important for you, you should give me more for this. Really much more.
I can give you 2 laws or mob violence. I've got 2 of those.
And a consulship.
Well, I don't know if we can guarantee that.
Then I will not do it. Okay, no consulship. I will not do it.
If it succeeds, maybe.
Then you have to do it. Then you have to take the risk. Okay, good. I'm fine. I'm not doing it. If you are so reluctant, because I take all the risk, as you say, and you don't want to take the risk, I want to get what I want. Then you have to do it for yourself.
I would support you getting that, and then Eric and I each getting one of the other offices, either consul or censor.
And I get the cards, right?
Which ones?
No,
I don't really have any.
Yeah, two cards from each of you.
2 cards? Oh, I can give you 1 concession card. I can pay you money.
Okay.
Okay, I'll give you 2 cards.
But
how much will you pay me, Eric?
10 talents.
He's going to dump his law cards onto you, Alex.
It's a concession.
That's true. But
that's all he's going to give you. That's all Chris is going to give you.
He said concession.
I told you exactly what I have, so.
He said, so Eric gives me a concession card and how much
talents
money?
and I can promise you a consulship. I think I'll be the HRO, right?
And
I think I will.
And wait, and I get the money, right, or not?
Yeah, whether you succeed or fail.
Yeah, but how much money will I get from you then?
Me 10 in a concession, but that's dependent on also Manus stepping up as well and paying something or doing something.
I see. And but you will also vote for my consul, my guy as consul.
Yeah.
And what are you doing, Chris? What are you giving?
The two cards, and I'll support your consulship as well.
2 cards.
2 law cards.
What kind of cards, Chris?
Those law cards useless?
I can give you any of the 4.
They're about as useless.
Yeah, okay, but what are they?
Well, I already told you. It's 2 laws and mob violence.
Then I would prefer maybe the mob violence and at least 10 talents, maybe.
I can give you both mob violence.
One mob violence and 10 talents.
All right, that's acceptable.
Okay, I will try. So, Pompey, right?
And I think Sola actually might be wiser. Or no, Pompey would work fine. I think Pompey's good.
I will try my best now.
No, you want to do Sola.
I think then I will try Pompey or not. Okay.
More dangerous.
What is more dangerous? Why?
If you fail, the mob will probably kill you instantly.
Well, no, because there's only one guy in Rome, so it doesn't matter.
That's why are you taking my faction?
Okay, that's right. Sorry.
No, the popularity can't affect you.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no extra risk.
So I will try, right? Oh.
Well, GG.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, what's your vote there, faction of Solas?
Okay, A.
All right, what's that work out to? 25, 27, if my math is
And
correct.
yeah, I guess that's it.
Yeah, don't bother with money.
And so I will spend 10 and another one from Sola to make it 28 votes in favor. So I believe the motion 25, 26, 27. Yeah. Motion passes. Excuse me. So let's do some dating of the. We'll make Porcius the Consul Mayor. 8, 13. And then he goes to 6.
But I think you should win this now, right? Or not? Let me see.
I'm just going through the formalities here. All right. We have 3 active wars. The councils will agree that Pompey Magnus should be the dictator.
Who would have guessed so?
Pompey Magnus nominates himself consul for life.
Oh,
Yeah. Man, you're too powerful.
what's the count? It's
Yeah, I have only
Vote
2
count.
votes, so
Faction of Manus, how do you vote?
I'm gonna say no plus 25.
Faction of Solas, how do you vote?
So he can vote last, and then
he can vote last.
Yeah, because I'm the presiding
does it
magistrate.
go around? Does it go around, or we just have to?
No, it's
guess?
a
There's
vote.
nothing you can
proposal,
do.
just like
Like
that.
the
He
numbers
votes last.
outweigh. Yeah,
Oh, but he can't use any in his faction treasury, so we can just math this out. All right.
We can
but
match.
there's not enough. It's
I think
27.
he has
I
one.
have a lot of money. Don't worry.
No, because he
But
has
it's only from your personal treasury.
from your personal and
I don't think. I'm pretty sure you can use your faction treasury.
No, you can't. You can't.
But he can use his influence. That's the thing. He has influence in his.
I know, but
in the vote,
Yeah, it's only personal treasuries.
Scott's got 81 in favor.
it's only personal treasuries. That's true. Yeah, for the votes. In this
Okay,
let me double check that.
okay.
You guys play a lot, but I'm pretty
No, that's
sure I
fine.
thought that you
You
can
wanna
use your
be sure.
faction treasury to stop consuls for life.
No, it's okay. Check
So it'd
it.
be Senate phase, somewhere in the Senate phase, with votes. 1.09.141. I'll put it in the chat.
For each talent, it is 1.09.141. For each talent he pays out of his personal treasury, he receives 1 extra vote out of his personal treasury.
Faction treasury is extremely limited. It's like only persuasion, defense, and rebels.
That's true. Yeah, it's extremely limited.
Oh.
We can't win here. It's just
Yeah. I totally thought I could do that. That's why I put so much money in there. Oh no. Okay.
Well, it is good for persuasion defense though.
Yeah, it's good to defend against persuasion attempts. So let's
put everything in, and then we will math it.
I have 40 talents.
Yeah,
and you have 2 talents left.
You have 2 down here on this guy.
On this guy.
Yeah. Okay.
And then your actual faction vote. Okay, so then I do 17, and I'll use another marker to indicate the
Influence.
Where's another 2-digit marker? Give me a second. So something I don't know if you guys had factored into your math. So he's got 27 influence showing plus the +1 from a disbanded legion.
Ah, okay. Sorry, that's true.
So he was already at 21.
Okay.
Even though it showed 20 on
I thought
this
you
marker.
would have automatically factored this in, but
Yeah,
it's not
I
just-
have this counter at the bottom.
And then, so what does that put me at? Let me bring up a calculator. Do I have one already open?
It could be 82 with money.
Huh? 45.
So
with
you guys,
influence and
Yeah,
you guys have a grand total of what? Put this up just above. We'll use that to indicate. So we've got 14 plus 11
73.
plus 2 plus 25 plus 2 plus 19. 73. I guess I got to use the other marker because these markers only go to 50. The one for the treasury goes up to 99.
But the thing is, you have
So
already 45 without money putting.
right, and I have right now
45 without money. Do you mean without money?
without money. I have 45. And then 55, 65,
75, and we don't need to count further because it's already done.
7. Yeah, that's enough actually.
GG. Good game.
Good
to
game.
You. Pompey, man.
Pompey Magnus.
Pompey the Magnus. Good game.
I will play the little token that I like to play.
Primus inter pares.
I'll get the Council for Life marker.
Did so many bad misplays.
That's you got to learn from it. That's the best way to learn. I know it's frustrating, but and like you said, there's some experienced players in this group, so learn a lot of different tricks here. I mean, this is only like your 4th or 5th game.
This is my third game, but
A 3rd game. Okay.
I had 40 talents, and I shouldn't have agreed to not persuade. I had a card. I had seduction. I could have taken Pompey.
Oh yeah, definitely should have. Seduction and blackmail are a couple of my favorite
You didn't have
cards.
to honor the agreement. Could have just broken it.
Yeah.
Could have. Yep. All right. So this was the game that we first tried Tribal Assembly and the Historical Councils.
One moment, guys.
Right.
Shall I stop the recording now before we discuss?
I don't know. I think maybe if we are just, I don't know. I'm fine with you keeping it going because it might be interesting for people to hear this discussion. I liked. The Tribal Assembly was only used once, and that was way at the beginning.
I think that's too like niche to be.
Yeah.
Like a thing.
It requires a tribune too. That makes it really expensive.
Yeah.
To do. If there were more tribunes, or we've talked about this before, if tribunes were a bigger factor in the game, it would probably be a much bigger deal.
Mm-hmm.
The other one, the Historical Councils, I thought was pretty cool. I like that.
Yeah.
I do like that too, yeah.
What about the no honoring of the agreements? Or not there being, I guess a better way to say that, no binding agreements. Any thoughts on that?
I
don't know. Yeah, I don't think it changes too much, but it's kind of like I prefer the binding more.
Okay.
Because you can be like betrayed, and that doesn't feel good. there's like nothing you can do to stop it other than just like never make deals with them again, which is like also not good. So
Right, yeah, there's no real recourse for
you just
right. I think the idea behind the binding is that like it's assumed that you wouldn't make a deal you're not going to keep publicly, because of like other consequences not represented in the game that you would experience.
What I would say is that this in consequence mean that the cooperation is the machine behind the cooperation in this game is more because of the binding agreement then, and not because of the threat, the external threats. And that's actually counter to what the designer originally intended for this game to be.
Yeah, it is counter to what he intended, but not what the whole team intended. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the original designer of at least the Senate game didn't like the idea, or they didn't have it. And
I mean, he wanted to model it on diplomacy.
Yeah.
But I think with everything happening in different phases, it just makes more sense. Because like, spend like 5 for a card or something. It's. Yeah.
I think another. I prefer. I've said this on Board Game Geek. I'm not a big fan of the binding agreement rule because I think it's kind of, I don't know, gamey. Or in a sense, it's just kind of like it's too easy to misinterpret as well. If you don't get people who either A, didn't understand the agreement, because sometimes people can make some really complicated agreements. And then when as the agreement becomes more complicated, to me that's a red flag that okay, the person is trying to find one particular way to weasel out of the agreement. That's the concern I have. Also, just the whole thing about, well, if everyone's at the table, maybe someone misunderstood the agreement, and if it's not written down, then there's no way you can go back to it. And some person said he's not honoring the agreement, and you got to vote amongst the players, and you got to rely on the players being impartial.
Yes.
And kind of stepping away from the game rather than, okay, right now to my benefit is to agree with this agreement versus maybe not. And whereas, maybe the right thing to do was to, agree with it. I'm not explaining myself very well, but there's just too many things, in my opinion, that make it a flaw to have that.
Because the problem is that it would be the same like in soccer, for example. You would appoint the umpire, the one who decides what is a foul or what not, to be of one of the teams, right? How couldn't they be biased?
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
I think maybe there should be more like shorthand, rather than saying like, if you say like, I'll vote for this person. Even if somebody says that, they can change the voting order to like get somebody else to pay. And kind of weasel out like that. Like, I think there should be like implied, sort of if you agree to make somebody censor, you're not going to like mess up with the voting order.
Right.
Yeah.
In terms of events in the game rather than kind of rules thoughts, I thought we had a few different times. I don't think quite as much as in one of our TTS games, but the internal disorder hit a couple times again, and we didn't do a very good job of garrisoning our provinces. I don't think it would have lessened the impact if we had done a better job there. Wouldn't have had so many provincial wars because we still have one. We had like 4 or 5 of these provincial wars that we were always kind of combat, and that put us in a situation where there was always a chance for a dictator.
Well, I mean, whoever's in the majority coalition doesn't really have an incentive to do anything to help the minority.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the consuls don't really have a very good incentive to send away their legions that are theirs to provinces. Like, when they do that, they can just go fight a war. So, yeah.
Yeah, I would say that's always a problem with this game, how it handles the whole governorship system is very problematic in my eyes.
Yeah, I think that 3 terms is too long. I think it should be 2. 1 doesn't seem long enough, but I think 2 might be a happy medium.
Right, one doesn't really even do anything.
Right.
They were going for 1.
So maybe that's a variant rule we try in the future.
Yeah, because Chris, I would like to try some things which Chris suggested. I don't know what is.
Oh yeah,
Is his
did you see
opinion
my
now?
Yeah, I saw your
post? Yeah,
post.
it's kind of long, but I tried to summarize it in certain parts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to try? I guess at this point, Alex, you can probably stop the recording.
Okay, sorry.